The Appalachian Mountains are known for their stunning beauty, but they also have a dark side. This story explores the true experiences of a solo camper who encounters terrifying events in the Appalachian woods, leading viewers to question the true allure of the mountains. My name is Elizabeth, though everyone in my life has always called me Betsy. To say my family is from Robertson County, Tennessee, would be an understatement. We are not merely from the land; in many ways, we are the land. Our history is etched into the rings of the ancient oaks, our secrets buried beneath the roots of the hickories, and our blood has long since mingled with the clay soil that turns a deep, unsettling red after a hard rain. For generations, the Deans, my mother's side, have owned a sprawling piece of property that sits uncomfortably close to the infamous grounds of the Bell family. And with that proximity comes the whispers, the stories passed down not in history books, but in hushed tones around dying campfires and on shadowed porches during humid summer nights. The old folks, my great aunts and uncles with their wrinkled hands and eyes that held the weight of a century, always insisted we were connected by more than just geography to the Bells. They claimed a direct lineage, a splinter of that cursed family tree that had somehow survived and taken root in our own. For most of my life, I dismissed it. To me, the Bell Witch was a local legend, a ghost story, a story that gave our sleepy corner of Tennessee its single claim to fame. It was a tale of a vengeful spirit named Kate, who tormented John Bell and his family in the early 1800s. A haunting so severe it allegedly resulted in his death. It was fascinating, to be sure, but it felt distant, like a chapter from a dusty, forgotten book. The idea that this spectral malevolence was part of my own heritage seemed absurd, a bit of morbid romanticism that the older generation clung to. I lived in Nashville, worked a respectable, if unexciting job in logistics, and paid my taxes on time. My life was one of spreadsheets and traffic jams, a world away from spectral torment and frontier curses. But the land has a way of calling you back. Last fall, I found myself at a crossroads. A long-term relationship had ended. My job felt like a dead end, and the city, once a symbol of escape and opportunity, now felt like a cage. I felt a profound, aching need to disconnect, to strip away the noise, and find some semblance of my own foundation. The family property was the first and only place that came to mind. It was a place of quiet solitude, a place where the only sounds were the wind and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. I decided, with a conviction that felt both liberating and slightly reckless, to camp there. Alone, and I knew exactly where I wanted to set up my tent, in the large, open field that bordered the dense, dark woods, the very spot where family lore claimed the original Bell cabin had once stood, before being lost to time and fire. The drive out from the city was a gradual shedding of a skin I no longer wanted. The highways gave way to country roads, the concrete towers to rolling hills, ablaze with the fiery colors of autumn. By the time I turned onto the gravel path leading to our property, the air itself felt different. Thicker, heavier, scented with damp earth and decaying leaves. I parked my truck near the old hunting shed and carried my gear the rest of the way, the half-mile trek feeling more like a pilgrimage. The field was just as I remembered it from childhood. Visits a wide expanse of tall, golden grass bordered on three sides by a formidable wall of trees that seemed to lean in, as if sharing a secret. It was late afternoon, the sun casting long, distorted shadows across the grass. The air was still and cool, and a profound silence had settled over the landscape. It wasn't a peaceful silence, it was a heavy, expectant one. I began the familiar ritual of setting up camp. The rhythmic snap of the tent poles and the crinkle of the nylon fabric feeling like a small act of defiance against the oppressive quiet. As I hammered the last stake into the ground, I straightened up, stretching my back, and scanned the perimeter of the field. And that's when I saw it. At the farthest edge of the clearing, right where the tall grass met the deep shadows of the tree line, stood an animal. My first thought was that it was a stray dog, perhaps a coyote. It had the lean, muscular body of a large canine, covered in dark, almost black fur that seemed to absorb the fading light. It was poised with an unnerving stillness, its body low to the ground. But it was the head that made my blood run cold. It was utterly, grotesquely wrong. Where the head of a dog or a wolf should have been, there was, unmistakably, the head of a rabbit. I could see the long, slender ears held erect and alert. I could see the shape of its skull, the twitch of its nose, even from that distance. It was a nightmarish chimera, a creature stitched together from two different, warring parts of nature. We stared at each other across the field for what felt like an eternity. Though it was probably no more than a minute, the world seemed to shrink until it was only me, my tent, and this impossible thing. It didn't move a muscle. Its gaze fixed on me with an intensity that felt intelligent and ancient. There was no curiosity in its posture, only a calm, unnerving observation. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation, a trick of the light, a bizarre genetic mutation. But my heart knew better. A cold, forgotten memory surfaced from the depths of my childhood, a fragment of a story my great-uncle had told me. He said that right before the torment began, John Bell himself had seen a creature in the woods that he described as having the body of a dog and the head of a rabbit. It was the omen, the harbinger. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. It didn't bolt or run away. It simply turned its head, took one step back, and the forest seemed to swallow it whole. It didn't recede into the shadows. It vanished into them, as if the darkness itself was an entity that had claimed it. The space where it had been was now just empty grass and trees, but the image was burned into my retinas. The air, which had been still, now felt charged with a malevolent energy. The setting sun now seemed less like a beautiful spectacle and more like a final, desperate retreat, abandoning me to the coming night. I tried to laugh, a short, sharp bark of a sound that held no humor. It had to be a story, my mind playing tricks on me, primed by the location and the family folklore. But the fear was a physical thing, a cold knot in my stomach that refused to dissolve. I fumbled with the zipper on my tent, my hands shaking, and crawled inside, zipping it shut as if that thin layer of nylon could offer any real protection. The golden light outside faded to a bruised purple, and then to an inky, starless black. I was alone in the heart of my family's land, at the very spot where the curse was born, and I had just seen its herald. The real terror, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, had not yet begun. The inside of my tent, which I had chosen for its promise of shelter, quickly transformed into a claustrophobic prison of nylon and fear. Every nerve in my body was alight, attuned to the symphony of the night, a performance I had desperately wanted to hear just hours before. Now, every sound was amplified, distorted by the terror that the rabbit-headed dog had ignited within me. The gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, sounded like a mournful whisper. The distant hoot of an owl felt like a warning. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my breath held tight in my chest, straining to listen past the frantic drumming of my own heart. My logical mind, the part of me that navigated spreadsheets and city traffic, fought a losing battle against the primal fear flooding my system. It was a trick of the light, it reasoned. A deer seen from a strange angle. Your mind was primed by the old stories, and you saw what you expected to see. But the image was seared into my memory. The lean, dark body, the impossible head, the intelligent, unwavering stare. It was no trick. It was a harbinger. Hours crawled by. I must have drifted into a shallow, fitful state of near sleep, because the first new sound jolted me back to full, heart-pounding awareness. It was a scratching. At first, it was light and feathery, the sound of a small branch skittering against the side of the tent in the breeze. I told myself that's all it was, a branch. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, for the wind to die down. But it didn't stop. The sound changed. It became more deliberate, more rhythmic. Scrape. Scrape. It wasn't the random touch of nature, it had intent. It was the sound of claws, long and sharp, testing the fabric of my shelter. It moved slowly along the side of the tent, starting near my feet and working its way up towards my head. I imagined a raccoon, its clever paws exploring this strange new object in its territory. But the sound was too slow, too methodical for a curious animal. There was a patience to it that was deeply unsettling. It knew I was inside. It was examining my cage. Then, the scratching stopped. For a blissful moment, silence returned, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I allowed myself a sliver of hope that whatever was had moved on. The hope was shattered by a new sound, one far more terrifying than the first. It was a heavy, dragging noise. It was the sound of something immense being pulled through the dry leaves and dirt, just outside. It wasn't the footfalls of an animal, but a continuous, laborious shuffling, punctuated by the grating sound of rocks being scraped across one another. It sounded like someone was hauling a heavy sack filled with stones, or perhaps something heavier, something that didn't want to be moved. The sound circled my tent, a slow, menacing perimeter check. My mind conjured images of a massive snake, a disfigured bear, or something worse, something not of this world, dragging its broken body through the darkness. The sheer weight and effort implied by the sound made the thin nylon walls of my tent feel as fragile as paper. I was exposed, vulnerable, and whatever was out there was big. I pulled the sleeping bag up over my head, a childish instinct to hide from the monster in the dark. The air inside grew hot and stale, thick with the smell of my own fear. I tried to regulate my breathing, to make no sound, to become so small and insignificant that the thing outside would overlook me. The dragging sound paused directly beside my head, so close I felt I could feel a faint vibration through the ground. I held my breath, my entire body rigid, every muscle coiled tight. I waited for the sound to resume, for it to move on, to go away. Instead, the world exploded into pure, unadulterated terror. Something grabbed the bottom of my sleeping bag. It wasn't a nudge or a bump. It was a firm, powerful grip that seized the thick fabric and tugged. It was a sharp, violent, downward pull, yanking my feet a full foot towards the edge of the tent. A scream tore from my throat, raw and involuntary. It was a sound of pure animal panic, the sound of prey that knows the predator has finally struck. The grip released as soon as I screamed. but the violation was absolute. The barrier had been breached. It had touched me. It knew I was here, and now it knew I was afraid. My scream died in my throat, choked off by what came next. Whispers. They erupted from the space just outside the tent, where the dragging sound had stopped. It wasn't one voice, but two, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. They were not the whispers of the wind. They were human, or human-sounding, filled with a cold, sharp intelligence. And they were arguing. Their words were a dizzying, overlapping babble, a cascade of archaic language that was hard to follow. But the subject was unmistakable. They were arguing about Scripture.
"The wages of sin is death,"
one voice hissed, the words sharp and accusatory. It was a dry, crackling voice, like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. But the gift of God is eternal life. A second voice countered, this one deeper, smoother, yet filled with a chilling, mocking condescension. "Does the blood of the covenant not wash away the stain, brother?"
"The stain is in the blood itself."
"It is a canker, a blight passed from the father to the son, unto the generations." The first voice spat back, its pitch rising with fervor. "Judge not, lest ye be judged." The second voice crooned. "For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged aye, and with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again." Their voices twisted around each other, a blasphemous duet in the suffocating darkness. They quoted verses and tore them apart. Their theological debate a mockery of faith, performed for an audience of one. It was the sound of madness, a reenactment of some ancient bitter conflict. And as I lay there, paralyzed, listening to their venomous exchange, the final, horrifying pieces clicked into place. The stories my great-uncle told, the whispers of the old folks. The haunting of the Bell family didn't just involve physical torment, it was characterized by these very things. Disembodied voices, arguing, quoting and twisting scripture. It was Kate the witch, tormenting John Bell, a famously religious man with his own faith. This wasn't a random haunting. This wasn't a stray ghost in the woods. This was specific. This was historical. I was hearing the beginning of it. The echo of a 200-year-old curse. The creature in the field was the omen. The scratching and dragging were the overture. And now, the performance had begun. The whispers weren't just for anyone. They were for me. I was not just a random camper who had stumbled into the wrong place. I was a descendant. The curse, I realized with a wave of nausea that threatened to choke me, was tied to this land, and it was tied to my blood. The realization that the curse was not only real, but was also mine, a dark and twisted inheritance, did not bring clarity. It brought a new kind of paralysis, a cold, cognitive dread that was somehow worse than the animal panic I'd felt moments before. My mind, which had been racing, now felt sluggish and thick, drowning in the historical weight of what was happening. I was no longer Betsy from Nashville. I was a Bell, or something adjacent to one, and the sins of the past had finally come to collect their due. The whispers outside continued their unholy debate, the words weaving a tapestry of damnation around my flimsy shelter. They were no longer just sounds. They were the voices of my own cursed history, reawakened and hungry. Time ceased to have meaning. I lay there for minutes or an eternity, a prisoner in my own sleeping bag, listening to the spectral argument rage on. Then, the texture of the attack changed once more. The whispers faded, replaced by a new, more intimate horror. A low, guttural laugh echoed from the right side of the tent. It was the deeper of the two voices, a sound full of gravel and malice. It was a laugh that knew it had won, that reveled in my terror. Simultaneously, on the left side, the higher, crackling voice began to weep. Not with sadness, but with a horrifying, theatrical despair that was somehow more frightening than the laughter. I was trapped between mockery and feigned sorrow, a psychological assault designed to shatter what little remained of my sanity. Then, the physical torment resumed, but with a terrifying new focus. A single, sharp finger. I knew it was a finger. I could feel the shape of the nail and the pressure of the knuckle. Began to poke rhythmically at the tent fabric, directly against my ribs. Poke. Poke. It was slow, deliberate, and deeply personal. It wasn't just an attack on the tent, it was an attack on me. With each prod, I flinched, my body convulsing. It felt like being prodded by a corpse's stiff finger, cold and unyielding. I scrambled backward, crab walking in my sleeping bag until my head pressed against the far side of the tent, but the poking followed me, relentless. Suddenly, the entire tent sagged downward, as if a great weight had been dropped on top of it. The nylon pressed down on my face, suffocating me, smelling of damp earth and something else, something acrid and foul, like spoiled meat. The dragging sound returned, but this time it was on the roof, a heavy, scraping weight moving back and forth, pinning me to the ground. Panic, sharp and electrifying, finally broke through the paralysis. I was going to die here. I was going to be crushed or suffocated in this nylon coffin. My death a mere footnote in a 200-year-old ghost story. That thought was the catalyst. A surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, flooded my system. I wasn't going to die here. I wasn't going to let these things win. With a guttural roar that was part fear and part rage, I fought back. I thrashed and kicked, pushing upward against the crushing weight. My hands, clumsy and shaking, clawed at the zipper of the tent door. The zipper was jammed. For a heart-stopping second, I thought I was trapped for good. I pulled again, with all my strength, and the teeth finally gave way with a sound like tearing cloth. I spilled out of the tent and into the night. I was on my hands and knees in the cold, damp grass, gasping for air. The weight on the tent vanished the moment I was free. The night was utterly silent. No whispers, no laughing, no crying, no dragging. The moon had risen, casting a pale, sickly light over the field, illuminating a scene of perfect, undisturbed tranquility. My tent stood silhouetted against the sky, looking mundane and ordinary. For a dizzying moment, I wondered if I had imagined it all, if I had suffered some kind of waking nightmare. But then I looked at the ground. Circling my tent, etched into the damp earth and crushed grass, was a deep, continuous furrow, as if a heavy plow had been dragged around it. And beside the tent door, where the poking had occurred, were two deep, unnaturally long footprints in the soft soil. They were barefoot, but the shape was wrong. Too long, too narrow, with toes that seemed to end in points. I didn't wait to see more. I scrambled to my feet and I ran. I abandoned everything. My tent, my sleeping bag, my gear. None of it mattered. My only goal was the distant, dark shape of my truck, parked half a mile away near the old hunting shed. I ran with a desperation I had never known, my lungs burning, my legs pumping numbly. The field seemed to stretch on forever, the tall grass clutching at my ankles, trying to hold me back. I didn't dare look behind me, terrified of what I might see. The silence was somehow more menacing than the noise had been. It was the silence of a predator that has flushed its prey from cover and is now enjoying the chase, I could hear the frantic pounding of my own feet, the ragged gasps of my breath, and then another sound. A soft, rhythmic thudding on the ground behind me. It was gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, tears of terror streaming down my face. The hunting shed was getting closer. I could see the faint glint of my truck's windshield in the moonlight. Just a little further. I burst through the tree line and into the small clearing where my truck was parked. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely fit the key in the lock. The click of the door unlocking was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and fumbled with the locks, pressing the button down with a convulsive jab. I was safe. I was surrounded by steel and glass. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life. As the headlights flashed on, they cut a brilliant swath through the darkness, illuminating the gravel path ahead and the edge of the woods I had just fled. And standing there, at the very edge of the light's reach, was the rabbit-headed dog. It wasn't observing me this time. It was panting, its long ears laid back against its skull, its rabbit nose twitching furiously. It looked like it had just finished a long run. As I stared, frozen, it lowered its head and began to pace back and forth, its movements fluid and predatory. It was not a harbinger anymore. It was a guard, a wolf on the fold. It was Kate's dog. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator. The tires screamed on the gravel as I swung the truck around and sped down the path, away from that impossible nightmare. I didn't slow down. I drove with my eyes fixed on the path ahead, refusing to look in the rearview mirror. But as I careened onto the main country road, I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. For a terrifying 100 yards, it was there, running alongside the truck, keeping pace effortlessly. Its dark body was a blur of motion, but its head was perfectly clear in the moonlight, its long ears flattened by the wind. Then, as if its point had been made, it veered sharply and vanished back into the darkness of the Tennessee woods. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up and I was back in the concrete heart of Nashville. I never went back to the property. My family can have it. I know now that the old folks were right. The stories are true. I didn't just have a scary camping experience. I survived a reawakening. The curse that has slept for generations is now awake, and it has my scent. It's in my blood. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can almost hear whispers on the edge of hearing, arguing about scripture. I escaped the land. But I don't think I'll ever escape the haunting. My name is Garrett. To whoever might be reading this, that name probably means very little. I'm not a man of any great importance, not a scientist with a string of letters after his name, or an explorer whose exploits are chronicled in glossy magazines. I am, by trade and passion, an amateur geologist. A rockhound, as my father used to call me with a wry smile. For me, the grand, ancient spine of the southern Appalachian Mountains is more than just a landscape. It is a cathedral of stone, a library of deep time, and my own personal paradise. The endless layers of gneiss and schist, the rich veins of quartz, and most of all, the countless limestone caves that honeycomb the mountains. These are the things that call to me. I've spent the better part of 15 years wandering these hills. I know their moods and their seasons. I know the scent of damp earth and pine after a summer rain, the feel of the crisp autumn air that bites at your lungs, and the profound, heavy silence of a winter snowfall. I'm comfortable in the wilderness, more so than in any city. I can read a topographic map like a novel, navigate by the sun and stars, and make a camp that is both secure and leaves no trace. I am not a man easily spooked. I've encountered bears, startled rutting bucks, and been woken by the scream of a bobcat that sounded chillingly human. These are the natural and expected parts of the wild. What I am about to recount is not. This particular expedition, late last autumn, took me to a remote section of the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina. It was an area I'd been studying on maps for months, a rugged confluence of ridges and valleys that was notoriously difficult to access. The old logging roads had long since been reclaimed by the forest, forcing me to leave my truck and hike for the better part of 2 days, bushwhacking through dense rhododendron thickets and following the faint trails left by deer. The isolation was total. It was exactly what I was looking for. My goal was to investigate a series of promising limestone outcrops that, according to my geological surveys, had a high potential for speleogenesis, cave formation. On the third day, I was following a small, unnamed creek as it tumbled down a steep ravine. The air grew cooler, filled with a fine mist and the steady roar of falling water. Pushing through a final curtain of ferns, I found the source, a beautiful 30-foot waterfall cascading over a moss-covered cliff face into a crystal-clear pool. It was an idyllic spot, the kind of place that makes you feel you're the first human to ever lay eyes on it. I sat for a while, eating a ration bar and refilling my canteen, simply soaking in the raw beauty of it. It was as I stood up to leave that I noticed it. A slight darkness, a shadow behind the curtain water that didn't quite belong. It wasn't the solid black of the rock face, but a deeper, more absolute void. My heart gave a little flutter of excitement. It's a common trope in adventure stories, the cave hidden behind a waterfall, but in all my years, I'd never actually found one. Carefully, I picked my way across the slick algae, covered rocks at the base of the falls. The roar of the water was deafening, and a cold spray soaked my jacket. As I slipped behind the cascade, the world transformed. The sound was instantly muffled, replaced by a low, resonant hum. I was in a wide, dry rock shelter, and directly in front of me was the unmistakable, dark maw of a cave entrance. It was a perfect arch, about 10 feet high and 15 feet wide. Clearly not a product of simple erosion. A thrill, sharp and electric, shot through me. This cave wasn't on any of my maps, not on the official USGS surveys, not on the local caving grotto charts, not anywhere. It was a virgin cave. Pulling my headlamp from my pack, I strapped it on and clicked it to life. The powerful LED beam cut through the gloom, revealing a passage that sloped gently downwards. The air that flowed out was cool and carried a strange, dry, dusty scent, like a tomb that had been sealed for centuries. I took a few cautious steps inside, my boots crunching on the gravelly floor, and then I saw the walls. Just beyond the entrance, lining both sides of the passage for about 50 yards, were low, crude stone walls. They were about 3 feet high, constructed of flat, irregular stones stacked without any mortar. They were a type of primitive fortification, a defensive chicane I'd only ever read about in archaeological texts describing ancient European sites. I had never seen anything like it in North America. My geologist's mind was racing, but the amateur historian within me was screaming. I knelt, running my light along the base of the wall. There, lying in the thick, undisturbed dust, were artifacts. A few rounded, smooth stones that fit perfectly in the palm of my hand, hammerstones or grinding tools, a piece of worked flint that might have been a scraper. They were simple, crude, but undeniably the work of human hands. My breath caught in my throat. The style, the construction of the walls, the type of tools, it all felt wrong for this region. It looked pre-Cherokee, potentially by thousands of years. The implications were staggering. To find an undocumented cave is a discovery. To find a major, potentially paradigm-shifting archaeological site is the dream of a lifetime. I was ecstatic, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. I knew I couldn't disturb anything further. This was a scene for professionals, for archaeologists with their delicate brushes and methodical grids. My job was to document and report. I spent the next hour just at the entrance, taking dozens of photos with my digital camera, capturing every detail of the walls, the tools, the passage. The sheer, profound silence of the cave was unnerving. Most caves have a pulse. The drip of water, the scuttling of insects, the flutter of a bat's wings. This one had nothing. It was utterly, unnaturally still. Finally, with the light beginning to fade outside, I backed out of the entrance, my heart still pounding with the thrill of discovery. The thought of sleeping right there, at the mouth of such a significant place, felt almost sacrilegious. I decided to set up my camp a few hundred yards away, in a small, level clearing I had passed on my way down to the creek. It was far enough to be respectful, but close enough that I could be back at the cave at first light. I went about my evening rituals on autopilot, pitching my small, one-man tent, filtering water, and preparing a simple dehydrated meal over my small camp stove. But my mind was elsewhere. It was back in that silent, ancient passage, with the stone walls and the dust of ages. As I ate, the sun dipped below the ridge, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The familiar evening chorus of the Appalachians began. The chirping of crickets, the deep, resonant thrum of bullfrogs from the creek, the distant call of a whip-poor-will. These were the sounds of my paradise, the lullaby of the wilderness that had so often sung me to sleep. That night, I crawled into my sleeping bag, feeling a sense of triumph and exhilaration, unlike any I had ever known. I was on the cusp of rewriting a small piece of history. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, completely unaware that my presence had already been noted, and that my discovery had also discovered me. I have never been a particularly light sleeper in the wild. The gentle, rhythmic sounds of the forest are a comfort to me, a natural white noise that usually guarantees a deep and restful slumber. So when I woke up, it wasn't due to a sound, but the profound and utter lack of it. One moment I was dreaming of geological charts and ancient riverbeds. The next my eyes snapped open into the deep blackness of my tent, my heart thudding against my ribs with a primal, inexplicable dread. The silence was the first thing I registered. It was absolute. Not just quiet, but a heavy, oppressive vacuum of sound. The constant, reassuring chorus of the crickets and frogs was gone. The rustle of leaves from a nocturnal scavenger, the hoot of a distant owl, the whisper of the breeze through the pines, all of it had vanished. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, every nerve ending alight, straining my ears against a silence so complete it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. This was wrong. This was the kind of silence that precedes the pounce of a predator, the kind that signals a fundamental disruption in the natural order. My mind, conditioned by years of experience, immediately cycled through rational explanations. A sudden drop in temperature could silence the insects. A large predator, a bear or a mountain lion, passing through could momentarily hush the smaller creatures. But this felt different. This was a stillness that felt ancient and aware. Slowly, carefully, I unzipped my sleeping bag, moving with a deliberation that betrayed my growing fear. The nylon made a sound like a gunshot in the dead air. I froze, listening. Nothing. Just that crushing, expectant silence. I reached for the zipper on the tent flap, my fingers fumbling and clumsy. The small metal tab felt ice, cold to the touch. I pulled it down just an inch, creating a tiny slit through which I could peer outside. The moon was full, or very near it. A brilliant cold disk hanging in a star-dusted sky. It bathed the small clearing in a pale, ethereal light, casting long, distorted shadows from the trees. The world outside my tent was rendered in shades of silver and charcoal. My campfire was long dead, a circle of gray ash. My pack and stove sat where I had left them. Everything looked normal, yet the profound sense of wrongness only intensified. And then I saw them. My camp was full of figures. At first, my brain refused to process the sight. They were so still, so silent, that they seemed like strange, slender rock formations or an odd play of moonlight and shadow. But then one of them moved, a slow, fluid turn of its head, and the illusion shattered, replaced by a wave of cold, paralyzing terror. There were at least a dozen of them, scattered throughout the clearing. They were small, none of them taller than 5 feet, and unnaturally slender, with long limbs that seemed almost fragile. They were humanoid in shape, but with a grace that was utterly alien. They moved with a silent, eerie purpose, examining my belongings with a focused, childlike curiosity. One of them was running along, pale finger over the fabric of my backpack. Another had picked up my metal cooking pot and was tilting it back and forth, mesmerized by the way the moonlight glinted off its surface. A small group of them stood around my tent, their heads cocked as if listening to my frantic heartbeat from within. Their skin was the most unsettling feature. In the stark moonlight, it was so white it was almost translucent, a stark bloodless pallor that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. They all had thick, matted beards that fell to their chests, the hair as white as their skin. They were clothed in what looked like simple, woven garments of a pale, indeterminate color, but their limbs and faces were bare. They were a silent congregation of pale, wraith-like beings, moving through my camp as if they had all the time in the world. I was frozen, my eye pressed to the tiny opening in my tent, my breath trapped in my lungs. My scientific mind was struggling to find a foothold, to categorize what I was seeing. They weren't animals. They weren't human, not in any way I understood. My fear was so profound, it was almost a religious experience. A terror that stripped away all logic and reason. Then one of them, standing near the center of the clearing, slowly turned its head toward my tent. It was as if it had sensed my gaze, a single, focused point of fear in the silent dark. And I saw its eyes. The sight broke something inside me. They were huge, far too large for their small faces. They were perfectly round, like 2 polished stones, and they glowed. Not with reflected light, but with a soft internal luminescence. They were a startling luminous blue, the color of a gas flame, and they stared directly at me with an expression of placid, unnerving intelligence. There was no pupil, no iris, just that solid, radiant blue. In that moment, a fragment of forgotten lore. A story I'd read years ago, in a dusty book about Appalachian folklore, surfaced from the depths of my terrified mind. A Cherokee legend. The story of the Nunhe, the spirit people, and of another, more mysterious race they had driven from these mountains. A race of small, pale, skinned people who lived in subterranean caves and could only come out at night because their sensitive eyes could not bear the sun. The Cherokee called them the Yunwi Sunsdi, the little people. But they also had another name, a name derived from their most prominent feature, the moon-eyed people. My blood ran cold. The cave, the ancient walls, the profound silence within. It wasn't a tomb, it was a home. My bumbling, arrogant presence, my loud, crashing entry into their world, had driven them from their subterranean sanctuary. These weren't ghosts or demons. They were refugees, and I was the invader. The realization galvanized me. The paralysis broke, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. I fumbled frantically inside my tent for my headlamp, my most powerful tool, my one source of artificial daylight. My fingers closed around its plastic casing. With a trembling hand, I flicked the switch. A brilliant 1,000 lumen beam of pure white light sliced through the darkness of the tent and shot out through the small opening. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The figures recoiled as if struck. A collective, sibilant hiss filled the air, a sound like steam escaping a cracked boiler. They threw their long, fingered hands up to shield their faces, their movements suddenly jerky and panicked. The one with the luminous blue eyes squeezed them shut, a look of agony on its pale face. They scrambled back, retreating with that same unnatural, silent grace, moving away from the piercing beam of my light. They flowed like water to the edge of the clearing, a ring of pale, slender shadows, just beyond the reach of my headlamp's halo. And there they stopped. They didn't flee into the forest. They didn't vanish. They just stood there, a silent, watching council of ghosts at the periphery of my world. I could see the faint, luminous glow of their eyes, dozens of pairs of soft blue lights, blinking in the darkness. They began to whisper to each other, a sound that barely carried to my ears. It wasn't a language of vowels and consonants, but of soft clicks and whistles, like the chittering of bats, or the communication of dolphins. It was a sound that was both beautiful and deeply, fundamentally alien. They were talking. They were observing. They were waiting. And as I sat there, huddled in my tent, my hand shaking as I kept the beam of light pointed toward them, a final, horrifying thought crystallized in my mind. They had recoiled from the light, but they hadn't left. They knew what it was. They knew it was artificial. And they knew that, like all things of my world, it was temporary. They were waiting for my batteries to die. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours that I huddled there. A cold that had nothing to do, with the night air seeping through my sleeping bag, a bone, deep chill born of pure, abject terror. The hand gripping my headlamp trembled uncontrollably, the beam dancing in time with my frantic heartbeat, stroking the circle of pale shadows that stood at the edge of the light. They did not advance, but they did not retreat. They simply stood, still as ancient statues, their luminous blue eyes glowing in the dark, a constellation of death fixed upon me. The thought that they were waiting for my batteries to die became a mantra of doom. This headlamp, normally a simple tool, had become my lifeline, a fragile wall of photons between me and the incomprehensible. I tried to slow my breathing, to think rationally through the fog of fear. The batteries. my spares. In my pack, right beside me, was the small pouch where I always kept them. 4 fresh AAs for the headlamp, 2 more for my GPS. To get them would mean averting my gaze, and the beam for a precious second. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold sweat down my temples. I had to risk it. I swept the beam quickly across their line, making them flinch, then pressed the light against the floor of the tent, illuminating the interior in a dim, reflected glow. I scrambled for the pack, my numb fingers fumbling with the top zipper. The sound tore through the silence. I plunged my hand in, searching for the small plastic bag, the familiar cylindrical shapes. I grasped it, turned, and thrust the headlamp beam back out of the opening. They had moved closer, only by inches, perhaps, but in the supercharged tension of the night, it felt like miles. Their clicking, whistling whispers had risen in pitch, taking on an excited, anticipatory edge. I clutched the spare batteries in my hand. They were both a comfort and a curse. Each one was a small stay of execution, but the sentence was still the same. The night crawled on, an eternity of torment. The moon tracked its slow, indifferent path across the sky, turning the clearing into a ghastly stage. I never took my eyes off them, staring into those glowing blue voids, trying to decipher an intent that wasn't there. There was no malice, no anger, just a vast, bottomless patience, as if they could stand there for 1,000 years. It wasn't their hostility that was so terrifying. It was their utter indifference. I was an anomaly, a temporary nuisance in their timeless world. I began to feel the gnawing tendrils of exhaustion. My eyelids were heavy as lead, my thoughts sluggish. I bit my lip to stay awake, knowing that to drift off for even a moment would be fatal. I tried to think of the outside world, of warm coffee shops, and the sound of human laughter, of everything that existed beyond this cursed forest, but it all felt like a distant dream. The only reality was the cold tent, the slowly dying beam of my light, and the watchers in the dark. Then, I heard a change. Their clicks and whistles grew faster, more agitated. They began to shift restlessly, glancing toward the east, where the treetops were just beginning to resolve as black silhouettes against a changing sky. I followed their gaze, and my heart swelled with a desperate, fragile hope. Dawn. The first light of dawn was coming. The eastern sky began to bleed from black to a deep indigo, then to a bruised purple. A gentle, forgiving light began to slowly push back the oppressive dark. The reaction from the moon-eyed people was immediate and dramatic. They began to retreat from the clearing, a hurried, orderly withdrawal. Their whispers became a low, mournful keen, a sound of pure agony. They no longer looked at me. Every eye was fixed on the advancing light as if it were their mortal enemy. This was my chance. I knew I had to run. Now. I didn't care about my gear. I didn't care about the archaeological find of a lifetime. The only thing that mattered was survival. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I summoned every last ounce of courage and ripped the tent zipper fully open. I exploded out of the tent and ran. I didn't look toward the cave, didn't look at the fleeing figures. I just ran, scrambling back up the ravine I had descended the day before. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but fear was a merciless fuel. I crashed through undergrowth, branches whipping at my face and arms, feeling no pain. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel a pursuit. Not of footfalls, but of silence. A sense of something pacing me, moving through the woods with an unnerving speed and quiet. Cold prickling on the back of my neck told me I was being stalked. More light filtered through the canopy. The first birdsong of the morning erupted, a clear, cheerful sound. It was the first normal, living sound I had heard all night, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It meant my world was returning, and theirs was fading. Finally, I stumbled out onto the old logging road I'd hiked in on. I turned back for the first time. The forest behind me was serene and normal, bathed in the warm, slanted light of early morning. There was no sign of the moon. Eyed people, nothing to suggest the horror that had transpired. It was as if it had all been a terrible, vivid nightmare. I didn't rest. I staggered for miles down that road until I reached my truck. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locked all the doors, and just sat there shaking as the sun climbed higher into the sky. I drove away from that place and never looked back. I never reported the cave. I deleted all the photographs. I have tried to forget, but I can't. Every night when I close my eyes, I see those luminous blue orbs staring out of the darkness. I hear their clicking, whistling whispers. I know they are still there, in the silent dark of that cave behind the waterfall, waiting for the night. I trespassed in their world, and I saw something I was not meant to see. I escaped, but a part of me will forever remain in that moonlit clearing, a prisoner of the silence and the watchers in the mountains. My name is Jinsey Thorne, and I make my living by sitting in silence, waiting for monsters. That's a dramatic way to put it, I suppose. The masthead on my website and the bio in the magazines that occasionally publish my work would say, wildlife photographer. It's a respectable, almost gentle title. It conjures images of patient people in khaki vests, communing with nature. And for the most part, that's true. I've spent weeks in the misty highlands of Scotland, waiting for a stag to emerge from the fog, and months in the Rockies tracking the ghost, like movements of a snow leopard's distant cousin, the cougar. My work is built on a foundation of patience, respect for the wild, and an almost obsessive understanding of animal behavior. But beneath the professional veneer, the truth is a little darker. I'm not drawn to the graceful deer or the vibrant songbirds. I'm drawn to the predators, the hunters, the creatures that embody the raw, untamed, and often brutal heart of the wilderness. There's an honesty in the eyes of a wolf, a terrifying clarity in the coiled power of a snake. Capturing that on film is more than a job. It's a compulsion. It's a way of looking into the abyss, and not just seeing something looking back, but understanding it. This particular compulsion had brought me to the Cherokee National Forest in the sprawling, ancient heart of the Appalachian Mountains in Tennessee. The Appalachians are old. Older than the Rockies, older than the Himalayas. They're worn down, smoothed by thousands of wind and rain. But that age gives them a weight, a presence that newer, sharper mountains lack. The forests here are dense. The valleys, or holers, as the locals call them, are deep and shadowed, and they hold secrets. You feel it the moment you step out of your vehicle, and the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something wild and loamy, fills your lungs. My target for this trip was a bobcat, a notoriously elusive and clever predator, a perfect challenge. But if I were being honest with myself, I was hoping for more. The deep woods of the Cherokee are home to a healthy population of black bears, and the thought of capturing a full, grown male, magnificent and formidable, was a siren song I couldn't ignore. I drove for 2 hours from the nearest town, the paved road giving way to gravel. Then to a rutted dirt track that was more of a suggestion than a road. Finally, I parked my truck where the track dissolved into the forest floor, hoisted my 60-pound pack, and began the real journey. The hike was arduous. A 3-mile trek into a section of the forest I'd scouted on satellite maps. A place where a narrow creek cut through a steep, sided valley. Game trails, faint as whispers, crisscrossed the area. It was a perfect bottleneck, a natural highway for any creature moving through this territory. Setting up took another hour of quiet, methodical work. I chose a spot 20 yards from the creek, nestled in a thicket of rhododendron that offered excellent natural cover. I unfolded my pop, up blind, a camouflage dome just big enough for me, my stool, and my gear. Inside, I assembled my primary camera, a Canon R5 with a heavy 600 denier telephoto lens mounted on a gimbal head atop a sturdy tripod. This was my eye, my connection to the world I was observing. As a final precaution, I set up a small, motion-activated trail cam on a tree about 30 yards down the creek, angled back towards my blind. It was a backup, a silent witness in case anything interesting happened while I was focused elsewhere or changing a battery. With everything in place, the wait began. This is the part of the job that tests you. The world shrinks to the narrow view through the mesh window of the blind. Every sense goes on high alert. The frantic rustle of a squirrel becomes an event. The lazy drone of a bumblebee is a symphony. The gentle gurgle of the creek is the forest's heartbeat. For the first hour, that was all there was. The sun dappled through the thick canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. A chipmunk, bold and curious, investigated my blind before scurrying away. It was peaceful, serene. But as the second hour began to crawl by, the serenity started to feel wrong. It was too quiet. The usual chatter of birds had faded. The squirrels were gone. There was a stillness, a held, breath quality to the air that hadn't been there before. The forest felt empty, as if it were waiting for something. I've been in the wild long enough to trust my instincts, and they were screaming at me that I was no longer alone. The feeling of being watched prickled the skin on the back of my neck. It could have been the bobcat, I told myself, or a bear. They can move with impossible silence. This was the moment. This was why I was here. To break the stalemate, I decided to try a call. I reached for my electronic predator caller, a small device loaded with a library of sounds. I scrolled through the options. Coyote pup, fawn in distress, woodpecker, and settled on one of the most effective, the high-pitched, frantic squeal of a rabbit in its death throes. It's a brutal sound, but it's a dinner bell for anything with teeth and claws. I took a deep breath, placed the speaker just outside the blind's opening, and pressed play. The shriek that tore through the air was thin and reedy, a pathetic digital cry that felt profane in the ancient silence. It played for 10 seconds, then stopped. I held my breath, my finger hovering over the shutter button, my eye pressed to the viewfinder, scanning the trees and undergrowth. The silence that followed was absolute. It was a heavy, profound emptiness that was 1,000 times more unnerving than the quiet before. The creek seemed to have stopped murmuring. Not a leaf stirred. The entire valley, the entire world, was holding its breath with me. And then, the answer came. It wasn't the cautious approach of a bobcat or the crashing arrival of a bear. It was a sound that had no place in nature, no entry in any zoological textbook. It erupted from the top of the ridge to my left, a sound that clawed its way through the valley and ripped the very fabric of the afternoon apart. It was a scream, but it was a scream of two minds, two throats horribly intertwined. The base of it was the shriek of a woman in mortal terror and agony, a sound that speaks to the most primal part of the human brain. But woven through it, twisting around it like a thorny vine, was the snarling, guttural roar of a huge cat, a panther, a lion. The two sounds were one, inseparable, echoing off the ancient hills with an unholy resonance. It was a sound of pure, undiluted hatred and pain. Every animal in the forest, if there were any left, went dead silent. Every hair on my body stood on end. A comical dread flooded my system, turning my blood to ice water. My hand, which had been steady on my camera moments before, began to shake so violently, I had to grip my knee to stop it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the horrifying silence. I sat frozen in my blind, a prisoner of my own making. The scream had not been a call. It had been a declaration, a warning, a territorial claim from something that did not belong here. I stared out the mesh window, my multi-$1,000 camera forgotten. I was no longer a photographer. I was prey. For a full hour, I didn't move a muscle. The sun continued its slow descent, and the shadows in the holler deepened, turning from gray to inky black. I saw nothing, heard nothing more. The forest remained locked in its terrified silence. Eventually, the primal need for safety overrode the paralysis. Shaking, fumbling with my gear with clumsy fingers, I broke down my setup, stuffing it haphazardly into my pack. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. The 3-mile hike back to my truck was the longest of my life. I didn't look back. I felt eyes on me the entire way, a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the veil of the trees. When I finally burst out of the tree line and saw the familiar, solid shape of my truck, a sob of pure relief escaped my lips. I threw my pack in the back, jumped into the cab, and locked the doors, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Only then, as I sped away, leaving the darkening forest behind, did I allow myself to truly think about the sound. It wasn't an animal. It couldn't have been. It was something broken, something cursed, something ancient and full of rage. And I had called out to it. The drive back was a blur of gravel and adrenaline. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I flinched at every shadow the setting sun threw across the narrow dirt road. The rational part of my brain, the part that knew animal vocalizations and atmospheric acoustics, was trying desperately to assert itself. It was a cougar, it insisted. A panther with a laryngeal deformity. Or maybe a fox. Their screams can sound uncannily human. But the other part of my brain, the ancient, primal part that had been awakened in that silent holler, knew better. That sound wasn't made by an animal. It was the sound of a soul being torn apart, a sound that had been echoing in those mountains since before the trees were old. I didn't stop until I hit the asphalt of the main highway. The smooth hum of the tires on pavement was a lifeline, a connection back to a world of logic and reason, a world where monsters were confined to folklore and horror movies. I checked into the first cheap motel I could find, a sad little place with a flickering neon sign that promised color TV. I didn't care. I just needed 4 walls and a lockable door. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the edge of the lumpy bed, the room lit only by the sickly orange glow from the parking lot, and replayed the scream in my head. Each time, it was more vivid, more terrifying. The woman's shriek of pure agony, the guttural, furious snarl of the cat. They weren't layered, they were one. I tried to drink the lukewarm water from the bathroom tap, but my hands were still shaking too much. I felt a profound sense of violation, as if that sound had scraped away a layer of my sanity, leaving the raw nerves exposed. For 2 days, I barely left that room. I ordered pizza, watched mindless television, and tried to forget. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion and the profound silence of the deep woods. I was a professional, after all. I'd been in situations that were dangerous, even frightening. I'd been bluff, charged by a grizzly, stalked by a pack of wolves in the Yukon. But this was different. This wasn't a physical threat. This was a spiritual one. It felt like I had accidentally eavesdropped on a conversation between the devil and the damned. On the third morning, as the weak sunlight filtered through the grimy window, a thought cut through the fog of my fear. It was a small, practical thought, but it was enough to anchor me. The trail cam. In my panicked flight, I had completely forgotten about the silent witness I'd strapped to that tree. My primary gear was safe in the truck, but the trail cam, with its precious SD card, was still out there, still watching. The thought of going back was nauseating. The forest no longer felt like a place of beauty and wildness. It felt like a lair, a place that was actively hostile to me. But the need to know was a burning fever. Was I going crazy? Or was there something tangible, something real, that could explain the sound that had shattered my world? I had to have proof. I had to have an answer. My return to the forest was nothing like my confident, purposeful hike in. I parked my truck in the same spot, but this time, the familiar scent of damp earth felt menacing. The woods were silent, but it wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the watchful, waiting silence of a predator. I moved quickly, my senses on a razor's edge, my hand hovering over the canister of bear spray on my belt. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I found the tree, unstrapped the camera with fumbling fingers, and almost ran back to the truck, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. Back in the motel room, the camera felt like a malevolent artifact in my hands. I slid the SD card into my laptop, my breath held tight in my chest. The folder opened. A series of short video files, neatly timestamped. I clicked through them, my dread mounting with each one. 1:15 p.m. a squirrel, its tail twitching, dashes across the frame. 1:47 p.m. a doe and her fawn, cautiously picking their way to the creek for a drink. 2:30 p.m. nothing. Just the leaves dancing in the breeze. My own logs told me I had used the predator call at approximately 3:05 p.m. The scream had followed minutes later. My finger trembled as I moved the cursor to the next file. 3:09 p.m. I clicked play. The video flickered to life. The same scene as before: the creek, the trees, the sun-dappled leaves. For a few seconds, nothing happened. I could feel a strange mix of disappointment and overwhelming relief washing over me. It was nothing. I was crazy. And then, it padded into the frame from the left. At first glance, my professional eye took over. Mountain lion, puma concolor, a big one. Its movements were fluid, silent, a river of muscle flowing through the undergrowth. It was beautiful, magnificent. This was the kind of shot photographers dream of. But as it moved further into the center of the frame, the relief curdled into confusion, and then into pure, cold horror. The proportions were wrong. The gait was strange, a subtle, awkward drag I couldn't immediately place. As it passed through a patch of shadow, the camera's low, light mode engaged. The world shifted to monochrome, and the creature's eyes ignited. They weren't the simple, passive reflection of an animal's eyes in infrared. They glowed with a sickening, internal yellow light, like two embers fanned in the pits of hell. Then I saw it, the source of the awkward gait, the reason for the wrongness. Dangling from its torso, just behind its powerful front legs, was an extra pair of limbs. They were smaller, withered, and dragged uselessly through the leaves. They were covered in the same tawny fur, ending in the same dark paws, but they were a grotesque, nightmarish deformity. A third pair of legs on a creature that should only have two. My mind recoiled. A birth defect. A mutation. No, this felt like something else. Something unnatural. The creature paused, its head cocked as if it heard the faint, high-frequency whine of the camera's electronics. It turned its head slowly, deliberately, and looked directly into the lens. And for one single reality, bending second, its face melted. It wasn't a trick of the light or a pixelated artifact of the low-resolution video. The feline muzzle seemed to recede, the whiskers dissolved, the pointed ears softened. The illusion of cat was stripped away, and I was staring into the contorted, hate-filled face of a human woman. Her eyes, burning with that same impossible yellow light, were wide with an ancient, undying fury. Her mouth was twisted into a silent snarl, a perfect visual echo of the horrifying scream I had heard. It was a face from a nightmare, a face that belonged to something that had been wronged so profoundly that its rage had warped its very flesh. The moment passed. The features blurred back into the form of the great cat, but the image was burned onto my retinas, seared into my soul. My blood ran cold as a forgotten piece of lore, something I'd read on a local history website while researching the area, surfaced from the depths of my memory. A Cherokee legend, the story of the Wampus cat. It told of a woman consumed by jealousy and a thirst for forbidden knowledge, who disguised herself in the skin of a cougar to spy on a sacred hunting ceremony performed only by the men of her tribe. When she was discovered, the shaman did not kill her. He cursed her, binding her spirit to the very beast she was imitating, transforming her into a hideous monster, half woman, half cat, an abomination with 6 legs, doomed to wander the Appalachian mountains for eternity, consumed by rage and sorrow. I stared at the frozen image on my laptop screen. The glowing eyes, the snarling human-like face trapped within the beast, the sickening, useless extra limbs. I hadn't just captured an image of an unknown animal, or a so-called cryptid. The file on my computer wasn't evidence of a new species. It was evidence of a curse. I had captured proof of a woman's soul trapped in a living hell. And now, I had her picture. For how long I sat there, I don't know. Time had lost its meaning, compressed into the single, horrifying frame frozen on my laptop screen. The cheap motel room, with its stained carpet and water, damaged ceiling, faded away. My world had shrunk to the size of that 14-inch display, to the glowing yellow eyes that stared out of it. Not at the trail camera, but at me. The initial shock, the adrenaline-fueled terror, had subsided, replaced by something colder and heavier. It was the chilling weight of impossible knowledge. I was a photographer of the tangible world, a world governed by biology and physics. I dealt in facts, in shutter speeds and apertures, in the predictable behavior of flesh and blood creatures. But the image on my screen defied all of it. It wasn't a photograph of an animal. It was a portrait of a tormented soul. The legend of the Wampus cat wasn't just a story told around a campfire. It was real. And I had the proof. My first instinct was to delete it. To drag the file to the trash icon, empty the trash, and maybe even smash the laptop for good measure. I could go home. Tell my friends I'd had a bad trip, that the isolation had gotten to me. I could try to bury the memory of the scream and the face in the digital static. But I couldn't. My finger hovered over the trackpad, but I was paralyzed. Deleting the image felt like a betrayal. It felt like turning my back on that woman, leaving her to her eternal, raging torment in the dark woods. It also felt utterly, terrifyingly useless. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that the image wasn't the problem. The problem was that I had seen. The curse wasn't contained on my SD card. It was now imprinted on my mind. My second instinct was to share it, to upload it to the cryptozoology forums, to send it to paranormal investigators, to blast it across the internet and shout, "See, it's real." But what would that accomplish? I could already picture the comments. Fake. Photoshop. Cool story. Bro. I would be dismissed as a hoaxer or a lunatic. My professional reputation, carefully built over years of patient, serious work, it would be destroyed overnight. Even if a few people believed me, they would see it as a monster to be hunted, a trophy to be claimed. They wouldn't see the hate-filled, tragic face of the woman trapped inside. They wouldn't understand the sorrow at the heart of the horror. No, I couldn't share it. This knowledge was a burden, and it was mine alone. I closed the laptop. The sudden darkness in the room was a relief. But it didn't last. The image was still there, burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The glowing yellow eyes. The twisted, snarling mouth. The useless, withered limbs. That night, the haunting began. It started with sound. As I lay on the lumpy bed, staring at the ceiling, I heard it. A faint, high-pitched whine on the edge of hearing, like the sound of the wind whistling through a keyhole. But it wasn't the wind. It was a sliver of the scream, a single attenuated thread of that horrible, dual-voiced shriek, carried on the night air. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. I rushed to the window, peering through the grimy glass into the empty parking lot. There was nothing there but my truck and a few other lonely-looking cars under the orange security lights. I told myself it was my imagination, auditory pareidolia. My brain was creating patterns from random noise. But then came the scratching. A soft, rhythmic scrape. Scrape from just outside my door. It sounded like a dog pawing at the wood. But it was too slow, too deliberate. It was the sound of long, hard claws being dragged across the painted surface. I froze, every muscle tensed. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The sound continued for a full minute, a patient exploratory scratching, before it stopped as abruptly as it had begun. I waited for what felt like an eternity, my eyes locked on the door, expecting the handle to turn, expecting the wood to splinter inwards. But nothing happened. Sleep, when it finally came, was no escape. It was a gateway. I dreamed I was back in the blind, the digital rabbit squeal echoing in the oppressive silence. But this time, when the scream answered, it came from right behind me. I turned, and the Wampus cat was there, its body filling the tiny space. Its yellow eyes burned into mine, and the face of the woman was clear, her features contorted in a mask of indescribable rage. She opened its mouth, and the shriek tore through my dream, a physical force that threw me back. I woke up gasping for air, my own throat raw as if I had been screaming myself. The next day, I fled. I checked out of the motel before dawn, throwing my gear into the truck and driving without a destination. Just a desperate need to put miles between me and that place. I drove for 10 hours straight, heading west, away from the ancient, brooding mountains. I crossed state lines, the landscape flattening out into plains, the dense forests giving way to open sky. I thought I could outrun it. I was right. In another anonymous motel room, hundreds of miles away, I saw it again. I was washing my face in the bathroom, splashing cold water on my sleep-deprived eyes. When I looked up into the mirror, for a split second, my own reflection was wrong. My eyes glowed with that same sickly yellow light. My mouth was twisted into a snarl. I stumbled back with a cry, crashing into the shower curtain. When I looked again, it was just me, pale, terrified, but me. It was toying with me, stalking me. The creature wasn't confined to the Cherokee National Forest. It was tied to me. By capturing its image, by witnessing its curse, I had somehow become entangled in it. I had become the new focus of its eternal, boundless rage. I was no longer the photographer, the observer. I was the prey. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Running was pointless. Hiding was impossible. Deleting the file would do nothing. This thing, this spirit, this cursed soul, had latched onto me. It would follow me to the ends of the earth. It would haunt my waking hours and poison my dreams until it drove me mad or worse. A new kind of fear took root then. A fear that was colder and sharper than anything I had felt before. But beneath it, something else stirred. A tiny, hard ember of defiance. I was a wildlife photographer, yes. I tracked predators. I learned their habits, their territories, their behaviors. I learned how to see without being seen, how to anticipate their movements. I had spent my life hunting for images of monsters. Now, a monster was hunting me. The roles had been reversed, but the game was the same. My fear was real, a constant, sickening thrum beneath my skin. But my compulsion, my obsession with looking into the abyss, was stronger. I couldn't run. So I would have to turn and face it. I had to understand. What was this curse? Who was the shaman that had cast it? And who was the woman who had been condemned to this eternal hell? My survival depended on finding the answers. Sitting in that sterile motel room, with the empty plains stretching out into the darkness outside, I made a decision. I opened my laptop, booked a flight back to Tennessee, and began to search. Not for cryptozoologists or ghost hunters, but for Cherokee historians, for cultural centers, for elders who might still know the old stories, the real stories, the ones not written down on websites. I was done being the prey. My hunt had just begun. I had to find out how to break a curse, not just to save myself, but to free the woman trapped in the eyes of the beast. I had her picture. Now I had to learn her name. My name is Eugene Thorne. When the events I'm about to recount took place, I was 17 years old, teetering on that precarious edge between the naivety of youth and the hard realities of the adult world. It was the tail end of a long, humid summer in Braxton County, West Virginia, a time when the air itself feels thick with unspoken history and the nights are as black as pitch. For me and my two closest friends, Dale and Mikey, the sprawling, ancient expanse of the Appalachian woods was our kingdom. A place to escape the suffocating watchfulness of our parents and the monotonous rhythm of small town life. This particular camping trip, deep in the woods, near the sleepy town of Flatwoods, was meant to be just another one of those escapes. It was supposed to be about cheap beer, poorly told ghost stories around a crackling fire, and the simple, unadulterated freedom of being young and unsupervised. It turned into something else entirely. The Appalachians have a soul of their own, a presence that you can feel pressing in on you the deeper you venture into their embrace. The trees, ancient and gnarled, stand like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets on the wind that you can't quite decipher. The ground is a soft, damp carpet of fallen leaves, and moss muffling your footsteps and making you feel like an intruder in a sacred space. There's a weight to the silence out there, a profound quiet that's occasionally punctuated by the snap of a twig in the undergrowth or the distant, mournful call of a whippoorwill. Locals trade stories, some in jest, some in hushed, serious tones, about things seen in the periphery, about strange lights and sounds that defy explanation. They talk about the land as if it remembers everything that has ever happened on it. We, in our teenage arrogance, dismissed these as folk tales, the rustic charm of a place left behind by the modern world. We were wrong. Our campsite was a small, crudely cleared patch of earth nestled in a hollow between two gently sloping hills. We'd pitched our tent, a faded blue hand, me, down, and had a respectable fire blazing by the time the sun dipped below the jagged line of the treetops, painting the sky in fairy strokes of orange and purple. Dale, ever the pragmatist and the most cautious of our trio, was methodically turning hot dogs on a stick over the flames, his brow furrowed in concentration. Mikey was leaning back against a log, idly strumming a beat-up acoustic guitar, the clumsy chords echoing softly in the twilight. I was lying on my back, watching the first stars begin to the darkening canopy of the sky, feeling a perfect sense of contentment. The air was cool and smelled of pine, damp earth, and wood smoke. It was peaceful. It was the kind of moment you wish you could bottle up and save for later. As the night deepened, so did the darkness. It was an absolute, consuming blackness that the flickering light of our campfire could only push back a few feet, creating a small, warm bubble of civilization in a vast, indifferent wilderness. We talked about everything and nothing. Girls, cars, our shared frustrations with school, our vague, unformed dreams for the future. The conversation eventually lulled, and we fell into a comfortable silence, mesmerized by the hypnotic dance of the flames. It was just after 10 p.m. when the peace was shattered. It wasn't a sound that alerted us, but a light. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, a fleeting silver streak against the velvet black. But this was different. A point of brilliant, pulsing red light emerged from behind the crest of the western hill. It didn't streak across the sky like a meteor. It moved with a deliberate, unnatural slowness. It arced gracefully, silently, across our field of vision, its crimson glow seeming to paint the underside of the clouds with a bloody hue. The light pulsed with a steady, rhythmic beat, like a malevolent heartbeat in the chest of the night. It was utterly silent, which was perhaps the most unnerving part. There was no engine roar, no sonic boom, just this silent, luminous object moving with an impossible purpose. We watched, frozen, as it descended behind the next hill over, the one directly to our east. The pulsing red light illuminated the treetops for a moment, making them look like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky, and then it was gone, leaving an afterimage, burned onto our retinas, and a profound, ringing silence in its wake. For a long moment, None of us moved. The only sound was the crackle and pop of the campfire. Mikey had stopped strumming his guitar, his hand hovering over the strings. Dale had let his hot dog fall from its stick into the fire, where it sizzled and blackened, forgotten. What in God's name was that? Mikey whispered, his voice thin and reedy. Dale was pale, his eyes wide and fixed on the hill where the light had disappeared. A plane crash, he offered, but his tone lacked conviction. No sound, no explosion. He shook his head slowly, a dawning fear in his eyes. That ain't right, Eugene. That ain't natural. He was right. Every instinct I had screamed, what we just witnessed was fundamentally wrong. It didn't belong to the world of planes, helicopters, or weather balloons. But where my friends felt fear, I felt an electrifying surge of something else, an intense, all-consuming curiosity. My mind raced with possibilities, each more fantastic than the last. It was the call of the unknown, an irresistible pull towards the heart of the mystery. I'm going to check it out, I announced, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. Dale turned to me, his face a mask of disbelief. Are you insane? No way. We're staying right here, by the fire. We don't know what that was. It's probably just some weirdo with a drone or something, I argued, trying to convince myself as much as them. It landed just over that hill. It's not far. I'll just take a look. No, man. Listen to Dale. Mikey chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. This feels bad. Let's just pack up. Let's just go home. But the idea of leaving, of never knowing, was unbearable to me. It felt like a personal challenge. The world had just shown me something impossible, and I couldn't turn my back on it. I'm not going to get hurt, I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't fully possess. I'll just go to the top of the hill, see what it is, and come straight back. I'll be quick. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from my pack, its metal casing cold and solid in my hand. I'll be right back, I repeated, more to myself this time. Without waiting for another argument, I turned and strode out of the circle of firelight, plunging into the oppressive darkness of the woods. The air immediately grew colder, and the familiar sounds of the night seemed to amplify around me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and exhilaration. As I began the ascent of the hill, the ground soft and treacherous under my feet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just made a terrible mistake. Every shadow seemed to twist into a menacing shape, and every rustle of leaves sounded like something large and unseen tracking my progress. I was about halfway up the incline when the smell hit me. It was thick and acrid, rolling down the hillside to meet me in a foul, invisible wave. It was a chemical, industrial stench, a nauseating combination of burnt metal, sulfur, and something vaguely like rotten eggs. It was a dead smell, a smell of sickness and decay that had no place in the clean air of the forest. My eyes began to water, and a gag reflex rose in my throat. At the same time, I saw it. A thick, oily mist was pouring down the hill, moving with the same unnatural purpose as the light had. It wasn't a natural fog. It was dense, opaque, and clung to the ground like a shroud. It swirled around the trunks of the trees, deadening all sound and creating a claustrophobic, disorienting world of gray. I hesitated for a second, my hand on the trunk of an oak tree for support, my senses screaming at me to turn back. But I had come this far. I had to know. Taking a deep breath and holding it, I pushed forward, stepping into the cloying, foul-smelling mist. It was like walking into another world. The air was heavy and difficult to breathe, coating my tongue with a bitter, metallic taste. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful moments before, was now a pathetic cone of light that barely penetrated the swirling vapor. I was blind, disoriented, and choking on the poisoned air, but I kept climbing, one step at a time, drawn inexorably towards the crest of the hill and the source of the silent, pulsing red glow. I could now see faintly through the oppressive haze. Breaking through the top layer of the oppressive mist was like surfacing from a deep, polluted body of water. I gasped, and for a glorious second, the air was clean and sharp in my lungs. I had reached the crest of the hill. Before me lay a small, perfectly circular clearing, perhaps 50 feet in diameter. The unnatural fog I had just waded through formed a solid, churning wall around this space, isolating it completely from the rest of the woods. The silence here was different from the peaceful quiet of the forest. It was a dead, heavy silence, the kind that presses in on your eardrums. The air hummed with a low, inaudible vibration that I felt more in the fillings of my teeth than heard with my ears. It was like standing in the heart of a powerful, unseen machine that was currently idle. And in the exact center of this strange arena, the source of the pulsing red glow stood waiting. It wasn't a fire, and it wasn't the wreckage of anything I could recognize. My mind, desperate to categorize what I was seeing, cycled through a Rolodex of earthly possibilities and came up empty. It was a shape, tall and vaguely conical, tapering towards a point some 10 or 12 feet off the ground. It was a dull, dark color, almost black, but it seemed to drink the light from my flashlight, revealing very little of its surface texture. Steam, or some kind of vapor that looked like heat haze, rose from it in lazy, silent plumes, dissipating into the cold night air. The only light came from a point near the top, a deep blood, red glow that pulsed with that same steady, hypnotic rhythm we had seen from our camp. It was a calm, rhythmic beat that was profoundly at odds with the frantic hammering of my own heart. I took a hesitant step forward, my boots making no sound on the strangely barren ground of the clearing. The foul, metallic smell was stronger here, thick and cloying, and it was mixed with the scent of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. I raised my flashlight, determined to get a better look, to find some detail that would make this thing make sense. I needed a seam, a rivet, a cockpit window, anything to prove it was manufactured, something from our world. The powerful beam cut through the gloom, and for the first time, I saw the surface clearly. It wasn't smooth. The dark material was arranged in a series of overlapping horizontal folds, like a tightly pleated skirt, or the layered plates of some bizarre insect's carapace. It looked like dark, oiled metal, yet it seemed to shift and subtly undulate in the light, as if it were breathing. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a machine. It was a shell. And as that horrifying realization dawned on me, the thing in front of me began to change. From the shadows near the top of the conical body, something emerged. It wasn't a hatch opening. It was a form separating itself from the main structure, as if a piece of the darkness had decided to peel itself away and take on a life of its own. This new form rose, and rose, and rose, until it towered over the conical base. It was then that I understood. The conical object wasn't the creature. It was merely the lower half of it. I shone my flashlight beam upwards, my hand trembling so badly that the light danced wildly. The light finally steadied, cutting through the mist and illuminating the being that stood before me. The sight that met my eyes is seared into my memory, a perfect, horrific image that time has not faded. It was easily 10 feet tall. Its body, the dark, pleated material I had seen, was a deep, sickly green-black, like corroded copper. But it was the head that defied all logic, the head that sent a jolt of pure, primal terror through my system. It was a massive spade-like shape, the shape of the ace of spades from a deck of playing cards, but rendered in three-dimensional, living flesh and blood. The color was a horrifying, wet, arterial red, and it seemed to throb faintly in time with the pulsing light that emanated from within it. And then there were the eyes. Set within that grotesque, spade-shaped head were two enormous, luminous orbs. They were not like any eyes I had ever seen. They were huge, perfectly round, and glowed with an intense, fiery orange light, like the searchlights of a locomotive cutting through a midnight fog. They didn't seem to have pupils or irises, just those two burning, malevolent discs of light. As my flashlight beam hit them, they swiveled in their sockets with a smooth, mechanical precision and fixed on me. In that instant, I felt utterly and completely seen. Not just observed, but analyzed, cataloged, and dismissed as insignificant. A wave of nausea, so intense it made my knees buckle, washed over me. It had no discernible mouth, no nose, no features at all on that blood, red spade other than the two burning eyes. But it was not silent. A sound began to emanate from it, a high-pitched, piercing hiss that drilled directly into my skull. It wasn't a biological hiss, like a snake or a cat. It was electronic and sharp, like the sound of a massive capacitor discharging. And it grew in volume until my ears rang, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the noise. Long, impossibly thin arms hung from its sides. They were spindly and out of proportion with its massive torso, ending in gnarled, claw-like hands. The fingers, if you could call them that, were long metallic talons that twitched and flexed, catching the orange light from its eyes. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, we were frozen in a terrifying tableau. The boy with the flashlight, and the monster from the stars. My mind simply refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. It was a violation of every law of nature I knew. Animals didn't look like this. Things weren't shaped this way. The combination of the industrial, metallic stench, the searing orange eyes, the spade-shaped head, and the ear-splitting hiss was a sensory assigned to break the mind. It was wrong. It was a thing of sheer, unadulterated wrongness. Then, it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't take a step. The creature began to glide towards me, its pleated, conical base floating just inches above the barren ground with a terrifying, silent grace. There was no disturbance of the air, no sound of propulsion, just a smooth, inexorable advance. The air around it began to shimmer, distorting the trees behind it, as if I were looking at it through a powerful heat haze. The sheer alien nature of its locomotion was the final straw. The part of my brain that had been trying to rationalize, to find an explanation, simply shut down, leaving only raw, animal fear in its place. I didn't even scream. A scream would have required thought, a conscious act of expelling air. My body reacted on a level far deeper than conscious thought. It was a pure, instinctual flight response. My legs, which had been locked and trembling, suddenly unlocked. I turned, not with a deliberate pivot, but with a clumsy, panicked scramble, my feet tangling with each other. I stumbled, catching myself on one hand before lurching into a desperate, headlong sprint. I ran blindly, away from the clearing, away from the light, away from the impossible thing that was gliding silently towards me. I plunged back into the thick, choking wall of mist. The sound of its piercing hiss following me, echoing in my head long after I had left it behind. The descent down the hill was a chaotic symphony of blind panic. I didn't navigate the terrain, I simply fell through it. Branches whipped at my face and arms, leaving stinging red welts. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I felt no pain. My only reality was the desperate need for forward momentum. The thick, oily mist I had ascended through was now my tormentor, clinging to me, filling my lungs with its foul, chemical stench. I was running blind, the beam of my dropped flashlight now just a memory. Every shadow was the creature. Every rock was an obstacle sent to trip me and deliver me to the silent, gliding horror that I knew was somewhere behind me. The piercing, electronic hiss was gone from the air, but it continued to reverberate inside my skull, a phantom echo that spurred me onward. My lungs burned, not just from the exertion, but from the poisoned air I was inhaling. Each gasp was a fresh wave of nausea, a fresh taste of burnt metal. I'm not sure how long I ran. Time had dissolved into a meaningless concept, replaced by a frantic sequence of stumbles, falls, and desperate scrambles back to my feet. Then, through the swirling gray fog, I saw a new light. It was a warm, flickering orange. The campfire. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I burst out of the tree line, and the wall of mist with the force of a spooked deer, collapsing onto the ground at the edge of our small circle of light. I lay there, gasping and retching, my body trembling uncontrollably. The clean, pine-scented air of the campsite felt like the purest thing I had ever experienced. But my throat and lungs were so raw that every breath was agony. Dale and Mikey rushed to my side, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and alarm. "Eugene, what happened? Where have you been?" Dale yelled, grabbing my shoulder. I couldn't form words. I could only point, my trembling finger aimed back at the dark, mist-shrouded hill. "Thing, up there, eyes." I choked out, my voice a ragged, broken whisper. My appearance must have told them more than my words ever could. My face was pale and streaked with dirt. My eyes were wide with a terror they had never seen before, and I reeked of that same unnatural, metallic odor that had permeated the hilltop. Mikey's face went ashen. "The smell, it's on you," he stammered, backing away slowly. That was all it took. The fear that had been simmering in them since they saw the light in the sky now boiled over. My raw, visceral terror was contagious. Dale, the pragmatist, didn't ask another question. His face hardened with resolve. "We're leaving. Now." There was no argument. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic, clumsy activity. We didn't pack, we just grabbed things. The tent was abandoned. Sleeping bags were shoved into arms. Coolers were dragged, and loose gear was left where it lay. Every snap of a twig from the direction of the hill sent a fresh wave of panic through us. I kept glancing back, my heart seizing with fear every time, fully expecting to see those two burning orange searchlights emerge from the mist. The woods, which had felt like our kingdom just an hour earlier, now felt alien and hostile, a cage closing in around us. The journey back to the car, normally a 10-minute stroll, felt like a miles-long ordeal through enemy territory. The moment we tumbled into the relative safety of Dale's beat-up Ford pickup, the doors were slammed shut and the locks were punched down. Dale fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking almost as badly as mine. The engine turned over with a roar. That was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, He threw the truck into gear, and we tore away down the dirt track, leaving a cloud of dust and our abandoned campsite behind us. The drive back to town was conducted in absolute, suffocating silence. I was slumped against the passenger's side window, my body racked with violent shivers despite the humid night. The nausea was getting worse, and a splitting headache was beginning to pulse behind my eyes. I could still taste the ozone and burnt metal on my tongue. I didn't sleep that night or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it: the blood, red spade of a head, the pleated, shifting body, and the terrible, burning orange eyes that saw right through me. The physical symptoms intensified. I was constantly nauseous, unable to keep much food down. My throat was raw and swollen, as if I had gargled with acid. My voice was a hoarse croak. My parents, seeing my condition, assumed I had a severe case of the flu and confined me to my bed. But I knew this was no flu. This was a sickness from the hill. It was a poison I had brought back with me. For days, I was trapped in a feverish haze of sickness and terror. I tried to tell Dale and Mikey what I had seen in detail, but the words felt inadequate, insane. How do you describe something that has no earthly frame of reference? They believed I had seen something. My terror had been too real to fake. But the specifics sounded like the ravings of a madman. They grew distant, uncomfortable. I think, in a way, they were afraid of me, afraid of the horror I had brought back with them. Our friendship, once the bedrock of my world, was fractured by the unexplainable events of that night. It was about a week later, when I was finally able to sit at a computer without the room spinning, that I started to search. I didn't know what I was looking for. I typed in Flatwoods, strange lights, tall creature, and then I found it. Article after article, some from crackpot UFO sites, others from more serious historical archives, all telling the same story. September 12, 1952. A group of local kids and a mother, Kathleen May, witnessed a bright object streak across the sky and crash on a local hill. They went to investigate. They encountered a thick, metallic-smelling mist. And then they saw it: a 10-foot tall creature with a glowing, spade-shaped head and claw, like hands that glided towards them, emitting a piercing hiss. My blood turned to ice as I read the final part of the account. In the days following their encounter, the witnesses all fell ill. Their symptoms were described in detail: intense nausea and vomiting, and severe irritation and swelling of the throat. The exact same symptoms I was suffering from. It was a moment of terrifying validation. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't imagined it. What I had seen was real. It had been there before, decades ago, leaving the same poison in its wake. The knowledge was both a comfort and the deepest horror imaginable. This wasn't just a monster, it was a local legend, a recurring nightmare that haunted these ancient hills. I never went camping in those woods again. I never could. The Appalachians, once my sanctuary, were now a place of profound dread. The memory of that night has never left me. It's a dark corner of my mind that I try not to visit. But sometimes, on a quiet night, I can still hear the faint, electronic hiss in the silence. I saw something that wasn't from this world. Something that defied the laws of God and nature. It left its mark on me. A physical and psychological poison that serves as a constant, terrifying reminder that we are not alone, and that some mysteries are better left unsolved.
My name is Trammell Evans. Or, well, it was. Now, I suppose I'm more of a whisper on the wind out here in the vast, sun-scorched expanse of Joshua Tree. Another cautionary tale to be shared around digital campfires, a fading headline, another soul claimed by the thin places where the veil between worlds feels almost non-existent. But before I became just a story, I was a man who loved the desert. And this is the story of how the desert, my desert, decided to keep me. Let me take you back to April 30th, 2023, Joshua Tree National Park. If you'd asked me then, I would have told you the desert was my church, my most sacred proving ground. It was a place that stripped away the superficial, demanding a raw honesty from anyone who dared to venture into its depths. I wasn't some weekend warrior, mind you, stumbling into the wilderness with a brand new pack and a prayer. I was an experienced hiker, a long-distance backpacker. The rhythm of my boots on the trail was as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. I'd logged more miles than I could easily count, learned the subtle language of the arid lands, the shift in the wind that signals a coming storm, the tracks that tell of unseen nocturnal life, the deceptive allure of a cool morning that can quickly turn into a furnace. I understood the thirst, the oppressive weight of the heat, the stark, brutal beauty of these places. I respected them deeply. But respect, I've learned with a chilling finality, isn't always enough. Sometimes the desert demands more than respect. Sometimes it demands a part of you. Or, as it turned out, all of you. I was on a solo trek, a journey I'd been planning for months. The idea was to be dropped off near Black Rock Campground, then hike east, cutting a path through the heart of the park before swinging south. It was an ambitious route, deliberately chosen for its challenge and its remoteness. The kind of trek that tests your limits, forces you to rely on nothing but your skills and your will. And I was prepared, or so I believed. My water caches were meticulously planned, GPS coordinates logged, buried deep to protect them from the sun and thirsty wildlife, with backups considered for each. My gear was top of the line, checked and double checked, every strap cinched, every buckle secured, every seam inspected. I carried a personal locator beacon, of course. I wasn't reckless. I was a planner, a survivor. I knew what I was doing. That particular thought, I know what I'm doing, echoes back to me now with a hollow, mocking tone. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. Better than good, they were sublime. The Southern California sun beat down, yes, but it was a familiar pressure. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint, spicy scent of creosote and dust. The Joshua trees, those iconic, Sushan figures with their twisted, supplicating arms, stood like ancient, gnarled sentinels against the vast, cerulean sky. In those initial days, they seemed to welcome me, to beckon me deeper to the heart of their silent, watchful domain. Their silhouettes against the fairy sunsets were breathtaking, each one unique, a testament to a slow, patient existence in an unforgiving land. The silence out there is something you can't truly comprehend until you're immersed in it. It's profound, a living entity, almost a presence in itself. It was broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the sandy, gravelly soil, the whisper of the wind as it snaked through the scrubby bushes and over the weathered rock formations, and the occasional, lonely cry of a hawk circling lazily in the thermals far overhead. This was what I came for, this profound solitude, the stripping away of the unnecessary, the constant chatter of the modern world, leaving only the core of being, the simple act of moving through an ancient landscape. There's a purity in that, a sense of connecting with something fundamental. It was around the fourth or fifth day, I think. Time begins to warp when you're alone for that long, measured not in the ticking of hours on a watch, but in the slow, inexorable crawl of shadows across the canyon floor and the shifting intensity of the sun. I was deep in the park by then, far from any marked trail or the casual footprints of day trippers. I was navigating through a less traveled area, a wild, untamed labyrinth of immense granite boulders. These weren't just rocks, they were monolithic sculptures, carved and shaped by millennia of wind and flash floods into fantastical, almost impossible forms. Some were piled precariously, looking as if a breath could send them tumbling. Others formed narrow passages, shadowed and cool. It was a playground for giants, or perhaps a fortress built for something else entirely. That's when I started to feel it. Not just feel it in a vague, uneasy way, but know it in that primal, instinctual part of your brain that still remembers being prey, the part that screams danger long before your rational mind catches up. The watching. It wasn't the familiar glance of a coyote slinking through the brush at dawn, its eyes briefly catching the light before it vanishes. It wasn't the cautious, assessing gaze of a bighorn sheep perched on a distant, inaccessible crag, observing my slow progress from a safe remove. I'm used to that kind of attention, even welcome it. It's a reminder that I'm a visitor in their world, a guest in their home. This was different. Utterly, terrifyingly different. It was a pervasive, prickling sensation on my skin, a feeling of being intensely observed by something unseen. Something that didn't feel animalistic, not in the way I understood it. It felt like it was part of the rocks themselves, part of the shimmering heat haze that distorted the distant landscape, part of the ancient, patient, and utterly indifferent desert. I'd stop abruptly, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I'd slowly, deliberately scan the full 360 degrees of my surroundings, the jumbled rock piles that offered 1,000 hiding places, the deep, impenetrable shadows that pooled between the monolithic stones, the stark, empty horizon. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just the relentless baking sun, the profound silence that now felt charged, heavy with an unspoken tension, and the ever-present Joshua trees. Their arms, which had once seemed so welcoming, so supplicating, now appeared outstretched as if in warning, or perhaps in supplication to whatever unseen entity shared this desolate space with them. Their silhouettes against the bruised purple of the setting sun started to look less like praying figures and more like grasping claws reaching out. The Yucca Man. The name drifted into my mind then, unbidden, like a fragment of a half, forgotten, unsettling song from childhood. That's the local legend here, isn't it? Southern California's own contribution to cryptozoology, our regional boogeyman, an answer to Bigfoot, or the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest. Tales whispered around flickering campfires, stories shared by grizzled old-timers in dusty roadside diners of a tall, hairy, shuffling beast. Its eyes reputed to glow faintly in the dark. It's been reportedly sighted all over the high desert, from Lancaster near the Poppy Reserve to the desolate stretches around Edwards Air Force Base, and yes, even within the sprawling, mystical boundaries of Joshua Tree National Park itself. A shaggy 8-foot creature. More shadow than substance for most who claim to have seen it. Just a story I'd always thought. Entertaining folklore. Campfire tales designed to spook the tourists, to add a little frisson of fear to the quiet of the desert night. Nothing more than a figment of overactive imaginations, fueled by isolation and the strange tricks light can play in these vast, empty spaces. But as that undeniable feeling of being watched intensified, as the silence seemed to press in on me, no longer peaceful but heavy and expectant, the stories didn't feel so distant anymore. The desert, I was beginning to understand, has a way of stripping away more than just the unnecessary. It strips away your certainties, your comfortable disbelief, leaving you raw and exposed to possibilities you'd never have entertained in the safe confines of civilization. And I was very, very far from civilization. The uneasy truce I'd maintained with my own rational mind began to crumble. That persistent, unnerving feeling of being watched didn't fade with the morning light as I desperately hoped it would. Instead, it clung to me like the desert dust, a constant, oppressive weight on my senses. Every waking moment became an exercise in forced composure, a battle against the rising tide of primal fear. I tried to reason it away, of course. I told myself it was the solitude, the vast emptiness of the landscape playing tricks on a mind unaccustomed to such profound isolation. It was the heat, shimmering off the rocks, creating mirages and distorting shapes in my peripheral vision. It had to be fatigue. The cumulative effect of days under the relentless sun, the physical exertion. I'm a scientist by training, a man who believes in evidence and logical explanations. But the desert, It seemed had its own older logic, one that didn't easily yield to scientific method. The subtle sounds of the wilderness, which I usually found comforting, now seemed amplified, each one carrying a potential threat. The rustle of a dry leaf wasn't just the wind, it was stealthy movement. The snap of a distant twig wasn't a jackrabbit, it was a heavy footfall. Even the silence, once a source of peace, transformed into a listening, waiting void, pregnant with unspoken menace. I found myself scanning the ridgelines, not for the beauty of their silhouettes, but for any shape that seemed out of place, any shadow that moved too quickly, or in a way that defied natural explanation. The Joshua trees, in particular, became almost unbearable to look at for long periods. Their twisted limbs seemed to follow me, their spiky leaves like 1,000 accusing eyes. My sanctuary had begun to feel like a trap. One evening, as twilight bled purple and orange across the western sky, I made camp in a small, bowl-shaped canyon. It was partially sheltered by a massive overhang of granite, a dark maw in the rock face that promised some protection from the cooling night air. The stars here, far from the light pollution of any city, are usually a spectacle that fills me with awe, a diamond dust scattered across an infinite canvas of black velvet. I built a small fire, more for its psychological comfort than for warmth. As the flames danced, casting flickering, erratic shadows on the canyon walls, I saw it. Or thought I did. A flicker of movement at the very edge of the firelight, just beyond the point where the light surrendered to the deeper darkness of the overhang. A shadow that was too tall, too upright to be a coyote or a deer. It was there for a heartbeat, a vaguely humanoid shape that seemed to melt back into the rock itself before I could fully register it. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small and shaky against the immense silence of the desert. Is anyone there? Only the sharp crackle of the fire answered, the sound suddenly loud and intrusive. But the feeling of being watched, which had been a constant companion for days, now spiked with an almost unbearable intensity, and it was closer, much closer. As if whatever lurked in the darkness had taken a step forward, curious or perhaps emboldened. I spent the rest of that night with my back pressed against the cold rock, my largest knife in my hand, jumping at every skittering sound, every shift in the wind. Sleep, when it finally came in exhausted, shallow bursts, was no refuge. It was filled with a chaotic maelstrom of disturbing images. Twisted trees with grasping branches, their forms morphing into shadowy figures that moved with an unnatural, shuffling gait among the moonlit boulders. I dreamt of immense, dark shapes with eyes that glowed with a faint, internal luminescence, watching me from the tops of cliffs. I'd wake with a gasp, heart pounding, the phantom sensation of breath on my neck, only to find myself alone, the dying embers of the fire casting a feeble, orange glow on my small, vulnerable camp. The lack of real rest began to fray my nerves even further, leaving me irritable and jumpy, my judgment clouded by exhaustion and a pervasive sense of dread. The next day, pushing myself harder than I should have, I reached the location of my second water cache. I'd buried it near a distinctive pile of sun, bleached rocks, marking the GPS coordinates with meticulous care. A wave of relief washed over me as I spotted the familiar disturbance in the sand. Water meant life. It meant I could keep going. But as I knelt to dig, the relief curdled into a cold, sickening lurch in my stomach. The cache had been disturbed, but not by animals. Coyotes or kit foxes would have clawed at the containers, perhaps chewed through the heavy-duty plastic, desperate for the moisture within. The containers were intact, a full 5-gallon jug and several smaller bottles, but they had been moved neatly, as if someone or something had carefully unearthed them, examined them, and then placed them back slightly to the side of where I'd left them, almost like a deliberate message. And then I saw the prints. There, in the fine, soft sand that had been sheltered from the wind by the rocks, were several impressions. They were large. Shockingly so. Definitely barefoot. But they were not human. Not quite. The general shape was there, a heel, an arch, toes, but the proportions were all wrong. The foot was too long, too broad at the ball, and the toes were longer, thicker than any human's, splayed in a way that suggested immense weight. There was an odd, almost claw-like indentation at the tip of where the big toe had pressed down. I traced the outline of one with a trembling finger. My own boot, a size 11, looked dwarfed beside it. There were only 3 clear prints leading away from the cache towards a jumble of boulders, their stride unnaturally long. Panic, I've always told myself, is a luxury you can't afford in the desert. It clouds your judgment, leads to fatal mistakes. But what I felt then wasn't hot, scrambling panic. It was a cold, seeping dread, an icy certainty that I was no longer just dealing with the harshness of the environment. I was dealing with something unknown, something that had now given a tangible sign of its presence. I forced myself to collect the water, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped one of the bottles. My mind raced.
What was it?
The Yucca Man. It seemed impossible, a legend come to life. But those prints I pushed on, much faster now, all thoughts of appreciating the scenery gone. The beauty of the place was still there, undeniable, but it was overlaid with a new, sinister quality. Every towering rock formation, every shadowed alcove, seemed to hide a watcher. Every twisted Joshua tree seemed to point an accusing finger, their spiky leaves like barbs, their supplicating arms now appearing as if they were trying to hold something back, or perhaps usher me towards an unseen fate. The sun beat down, the heat was oppressive, and the silence, once broken only by my own sounds, now felt like it was actively listening to my ragged breath, my hurried footsteps. Did I imagine some of it? The sheer intensity of the feeling, the malevolence I imputed to the landscape. The desert heat, the profound solitude, the lack of sleep, they can unquestionably play tricks on the mind. Of course, they can. I clung to that thought for a while. But the disturbance of the cache, those unsettling prints in the sand, those felt undeniably real, tangible evidence. The native peoples of this land, the Cahuilla, the Serrano, the Chimwevi, they lived in this desert for thousands of years before any of us arrived with our maps and our gore, texts. They knew its secrets, its spirits, its dangers, in a way we modern interlopers, with all our technology, can barely comprehend. We come with our GPS devices and our satellite phones, thinking we've mastered the wilderness, that we can tame it or at least navigate it safely. But the desert is old, so incredibly old, and it remembers things we've long forgotten, or perhaps never knew. It remembers a time before us, and it holds its secrets close. I was beginning to fear I'd stumbled upon one of those secrets, one that didn't appreciate being disturbed. The sun, now past its zenith, began its slow, relentless descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised violet. My own descent was into a narrow, winding canyon, a jagged scar gouged into the desert floor. It wasn't on my planned route, not really. But the open terrain, with its endless vistas, had started to feel too exposed, too vulnerable. The canyon, I reasoned with a logic increasingly frayed by fear and exhaustion, offered a more direct path, perhaps even a shortcut south. Or maybe, deep down, some desperate, cornered part of me thought its tight confines might offer a place to hide, or at least a place where whatever was stalking me couldn't approach from all sides. How wrong I was. The walls of the canyon rose steeply on either side, layers of ancient rock pressing in, making the sky a distant, shrinking ribbon of light above. My satellite phone, which I checked religiously each morning and evening, showed no bars. I wasn't surprised, these deep canyons are notorious dead zones. Still, I fumbled with it, my fingers clumsy, and typed out a short message to my emergency contact, my brother, starting my descent into a deep canyon. Might be out of service for a bit. All okay for now. All okay. The lie felt like ash in my mouth. I hit send, knowing it likely wouldn't go through until I cleared the canyon, if I cleared it. It was the last communication I ever sent. My personal locator beacon felt like a lead weight in my pack. I should have triggered it. Any rational hiker, any sane person feeling what I was feeling, seeing what I thought I'd seen, would have pressed that button without hesitation. But a sliver of pride, or perhaps denial, still held me back. What if it was all in my head? The thought of a rescue team finding me babbling about giant footprints and unseen watchers was a humiliation I couldn't quite face. Not yet. As I ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, the shadows longer and more profound. The silence in the canyon was different from the open deserts. It was heavier, more claustrophobic, amplifying the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. Every pebble I dislodged, every scrape of my boot against rock, seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the canyon itself was listening, memorizing my passage. Then I started hearing other sounds. A faint skittering from high up on the canyon wall, like loose stones being dislodged by something heavy. A soft, shuffling sound that seemed to mirror my own footsteps, always just around the next bend, or lagging slightly behind. Once I froze, convinced I heard a deep, guttural exhalation like the breath of a large animal very close by. I spun around, knife gripped so tightly my knuckles were white. Nothing, just the oppressive ancient rock and the deepening gloom. The walls seemed to lean in, the fantastical shapes carved by erosion taking on monstrous forms in the fading light, leering faces, grasping claws, silent, frozen sentinels. The feeling of being watched was no longer a prickling on my skin. It was a palpable pressure, an almost physical weight that made each step an effort. Caught fleeting glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. A dark shape, impossibly tall, vanishing behind a massive boulder far ahead. A silhouette against the fading light on the canyon rim above, too broad, too still to be a trick of the light, before it simply wasn't there. Were these real, or was my mind finally succumbing to the terror, conjuring phantoms from the rock and shadow? I didn't know. I couldn't trust my own senses anymore. The path, if you could call it that, became more treacherous, littered with loose scree and sudden drop-offs. Several times, the canyon seemed to lead to a dead end, forcing me to backtrack, my frustration and fear mounting with each wasted effort. It felt as if the very landscape was conspiring against me, turning me in circles, guiding me deeper into its maw. I remember rounding a particularly sharp bend, the canyon walls here almost touching overhead, creating a tunnel-like passage. The air was cold damp and carried a strange, musky odor I hadn't smelled before, like wet animal fur and decaying earth. And then I saw it, not a fleeting glimpse this time. Standing not 30 yards away, partially obscured by the deep shadow of an alcove, was a figure. It was tall, much taller than any man, at least 7 or 8 feet. Its form was bulky, covered in what looked like matted, dark hair or fur that blended seamlessly with the surrounding gloom. I couldn't make out a face, only a massive, indistinct head, but I felt, with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins, that it was looking directly at me. 2 points of faint, dull red, like dying embers, seemed to glow from where its eyes should be. It didn't move, it didn't make a sound, it just stood there.
Watching, waiting.
My mind simply fractured. I don't remember screaming, though I think I must have. I turned and ran, blind panic finally overwhelming every other instinct. I scrambled back the way I came, slipping, falling, tearing my clothes and my skin on the sharp rocks. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of that towering, silent figure was burned into my retinas. The canyon, which I'd entered seeking refuge, had become a death trap. I have no clear memory of how long I ran or what happened next. There's just a kaleidoscope of terror, pain, and the overwhelming presence of that thing. I recall a sickening lurch, the ground vanishing beneath my feet, a brief, searing pain, and then darkness. A profound, encompassing blackness. I never came out of that canyon. Did I succumb to the elements? A fatal fall while trying to escape? Dehydration finally claiming a mind already ravaged by fear? Those are the logical explanations, aren't they? The ones they'll likely put in the official report? If my body is ever found amidst these ancient, unforgiving stones. Those are the comfortable answers that will allow the world to keep spinning, to keep believing that the desert is just rocks and heat and silence. Or did the watcher, the patient sentinel of the high desert, finally step out from behind the rocks and decide its vigil was over? Did the Yucca Man, the creature I'd dismissed as mere folklore, decide I'd seen too much trespassed too far into its domain? Or was it something even older, something nameless, something woven into the very fabric of Joshua Tree itself, a primal spirit of the place, something that doesn't like to be disturbed in its ancient, silent kingdom, and has its own ways of dealing with those who linger too long, or see what they shouldn't? I went for a walk in the desert I loved, a place I considered my church. And the desert, with its staring Joshua trees and its watchful, ancient silence, decided to keep me. I am an echo now, a whisper in the wind that sculpts the granite and sighs through the twisted branches. Another story for the digital campfire, a chilling footnote in the long list of unexplained losses. Another soul claimed by the thin places, forever bound to the stark and brutal beauty I once revered, and now am a part of. Listen closely when you're out here alone. You might just hear me. My name is Frank. Well, they used to. Frank Mulligan, Senior SAR Officer, 30 years carving trails through every godforsaken national park this country boasts, from the Rockies' jagged teeth to the humid, whispering forests of the Smokies. Now I'm just Frank, the guy with a bad knee and too many memories that like to creep in when the house is quiet, usually around 3 in the morning, when the sensible world is asleep. I traded my Ranger truck for a porch swing, my emergency radio for the chirping of crickets. You'd think it'd be peaceful. Sometimes it is. Other times, the silence out here in the sticks just gives the echoes more room to play. I've seen a lot. People get lost. It happens. They underestimate the terrain, overestimate their abilities, forget to tell anyone where they're going. We find most of them, dehydrated, maybe a broken ankle, scared witless but alive, or sometimes not. Nature doesn't pick favorites, and she's got a mean streak a mile wide when she wants to show it. Those you can usually understand. A fall, exposure, an animal. Tragic, but the pieces fit more or less. But then there are the others, the ones that don't fit. The ones where the official report ends with circumstances undetermined, or lost to the elements. But everyone on the ground, everyone who spent days, weeks, combing through dense undergrowth or rappelling into shadowed canyons knows there's a piece missing from the puzzle. A big, jagged, edged piece that leaves a hole you could fall into. Those are the stories that keep the porch swing company on these long nights. The Park Service, bless their bureaucratic hearts, doesn't like to talk about these. Bad for tourism, you understand. Unexplained isn't a word that sits well on glossy brochures. But ask any seasoned ranger, any old-timer SAR volunteer off the record, and they'll have one. A story that makes the hairs on their arms stand up, even years later. A disappearance that just felt wrong. I guess I'm writing this down because, well, maybe getting it out will quiet the echoes a bit. Or maybe it's because people should know that these vast, beautiful wildernesses we cherish hold more than just scenic vistas and picnic spots. They hold secrets, and sometimes they don't give them back. The first one that really got under my skin, the one that peeled back the comfortable veneer of everything has a rational explanation, was a little girl named Lily Brewer. 8 years old, pigtails the color of corn silk, bright as a new penny. This was back in '98, I think. Yosemite, not deep back country, not some treacherous peak. She vanished from a crowded, well-maintained picnic area, maybe 50 yards from her parents. It was a perfect sun-drenched Saturday. Families everywhere, charcoal smoke in the air, kids laughing. The Brewers were setting up their blanket. Mrs. Brewer said Lily wanted to see the squirrels by a specific, large ponderosa pine just at the edge of the clearing, easily visible. She looked away for, and I quote, no more than a minute, Frank, I swear, no more than a minute, to get a juice box out of the cooler. When she looked back, Lily was gone, just gone. No scream, no struggle. None of the other picnickers saw a thing out of the ordinary. One moment, a bright pink T-shirt by a tree. The next, nothing, as if the forest had just inhaled her. We were on site within 30 minutes. Standard procedures secure the perimeter grid search. The dogs were brought in, 2 of the best bloodhounds in the state, Buck and Bess. They picked up her scent instantly at the ponderosa pine. led us straight to the edge of the thicker woods about 20 feet in, and then they stopped. Dead. I've worked with dogs my whole career. I've seen them lose a trail in water, or if the wind is too strong, or if too much time has passed, but this was different. Buck just sat down, whined, a low, mournful sound that vibrated in your chest. Bess circled, nose to the ground, then back to the same spot, increasingly agitated, letting out these little frustrated yelps. It was like hitting an invisible wall. Her scent, fresh as it was, just evaporated right there. No diverging trails, no indication she'd been dragged or carried. It just ceased to exist. The lead K9 handler, a grizzled veteran named Marcus, looked at me, his face pale under his tan. Never seen anything like it. Frank, he muttered. It's like she flew. We searched for 3 weeks. Hundreds of volunteers, National Guard, helicopters with thermal imaging. We combed every inch of that area, radiating outwards for miles. We searched places a seasoned hiker would have trouble reaching, let alone an 8-year-old girl in sneakers. We found nothing. Not a shoe, not a ribbon from her hair, not a single thread of that pink t-shirt. It's a particular kind of horror, searching for a child. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, your heart leaps, thinking, this is it. And then it isn't. Over and over. The media descended, of course. Wild theories flew: abduction, animal attack. Though no evidence of a large predator was ever found, no blood, no torn clothing. The parents were, as you can imagine, destroyed. We interviewed everyone in that picnic area multiple times. No one saw anything. It was like trying to catch smoke. The weirdest part, about 6 months later, some hikers found one of Lily's sneakers. It was miles from the picnic area, in a part of the park that was incredibly rugged, almost inaccessible without climbing gear. An area we had, in fact, searched, though perhaps not with the fine, tooth comb we'd used closer to the point of disappearance, because it seemed so improbable. The sneaker was sitting perfectly upright on a flat boulder, almost as if it had been placed there. It was clean. Too clean for having been out in the elements for half a year. No mud, no animal bites, no mildew. Just there. Like a breadcrumb dropped by something that didn't understand how breadcrumbs worked. The official report chalked it up to her wandering off, getting lost, succumbing to the wilderness, the shoe perhaps carried by an animal later. But none of us who were there, who saw those dogs stop, who felt that particular cold dread settle in on that sunny afternoon, ever truly bought it. Lily Brewer wasn't just lost, she was taken. By what or how, the echoes in the silence never say. And that, my friends, was just the beginning of my collection. There are more. So many more. That business with Lily Brewer's sneaker. It's stuck in my craw, you know, like a splinter you can't quite get out. It defied logic. But then again, a lot of things out in the deep wild do. You learn to accept that nature has its own set of rules, and sometimes she doesn't bother to share the playbook with us humans. But this felt different. This felt like a rule was broken, then deliberately, almost mockingly, highlighted. After Lily, I started paying more attention to the odd ones. The cases where the files were closed a little too neatly, where the official explanation felt like a poorly patched hole in a much bigger, darker canvas. It wasn't that I went looking for them, not at first. It was more like they started finding me. Maybe it was the look in my eyes. When you've stared into that particular kind of abyss, I suppose others who've glimpsed it can recognize a fellow traveler. A few years later, we had a case up in the North Cascades. Beautiful, brutal country. All jagged peaks, ancient glaciers, and forests so dense they swallow the sunlight 100 feet from the trail. This time it wasn't a child. It was a man, an experienced hiker named Alistair Finch. Mid-40s, an engineer, meticulous in his planning. He wasn't some weekend warrior who'd wandered off in flip-flops. Alistair knew the backcountry. He'd hiked sections of the Pacific Crest Trail, summited Rainier. He was the kind of guy who carried 2 compasses and a GPS and knew how to use them. He was doing a solo 3-day loop, a challenging but well-documented route. Signed in at the trailhead, left his itinerary, everything by the book. When he didn't show up at his designated exit point, his wife called it in. We weren't immediately panicked. Delays happened. A swollen creek crossing, a minor injury slowing someone down. But by day 2 post, due date, with no word, we kicked off a full-scale search. The weather for the Cascades in late September had been unusually mild leading up to his hike. Clear skies, cool nights. But the day he was reported missing, a storm front rolled in like an angry god. Snow at the higher elevations, torrential rain in the valleys. It hampered air support, turned gentle streams into raging torrents, and washed out trails. We knew our window was closing fast. We found his campsite on the second day of the search, right where he'd planned to be on his first night according to his itinerary. Tent neatly pitched, sleeping bag aired out. His stove and a half-eaten meal were there. His backpack was inside the tent, containing his wallet, keys, and one of his compasses. The other compass and his GPS were gone, presumably with him. It looked like he'd just stepped away for a moment, a call of nature, maybe, or to fetch water. The search teams fanned out. The dogs this time had a scent, but it was erratic. It led them from the campsite towards a nearby creek, a logical place to get water. The scent followed the creek bank for about a quarter of a mile. And then, just like with Lily Brewer, it vanished. Not faded, not obscured. One step scent. Next step, nothing. The dogs got confused, agitated. Same damn invisible wall. One of the younger Sayre guys, a kid named Danny, fresh-faced and eager, said maybe he crossed the creek frank. The rain could have washed the scent away on the other side if he got soaked. It was plausible. Possible? But the creek was running high and fast by then. It would have been a risky crossing, and Alistair wasn't a risk taker, not according to his wife or his hiking buddies. And still, the abruptness of the scent disappearing, it nagged at me. We searched for 10 days. The weather cleared eventually, then turned foul again. We found nothing, no sign of a fall, no broken branches indicating a struggle or a misstep down a steep embankment. No discarded gear. His route would have taken him over a couple of passes, through some talus fields. We scarred them. We had climbers check crevices. Nothing. Alistair Finch had walked away from his tent and evaporated into the thin, cold mountain air. The official cause was lost presumed deceased due to environmental exposure. Standard, Tatey. But about a year later, some threw hikers on a completely different trail system, a good 30 miles away as the crow flies across 2 mountain ranges and a major river valley, found a GPS unit. It was tucked inside a hollow log, wrapped in a plastic bag. It was Alistair's. The batteries were dead, but the forensic tech guys in the lab managed to get some data off it. The last recorded coordinates were from the edge of that creek, near his campsite the day he disappeared. No surprise there, but the last few waypoints entered manually were bizarre. They weren't on any known trail. They led deep into an area of incredibly dense, old-growth forest, a place marked on maps as largely unexplored due to impenetrable terrain. Why would an experienced hiker like Alistair, on a planned route, suddenly divert so drastically into such a forbidding place? Without his pack, without his main supplies. And why wrap the GPS in plastic and hide it? Was he trying to leave a clue? Or was he trying to make sure it wasn't found by something or someone? The thing that really chilled me, though, was something his wife mentioned when we did the initial interviews. She said Alistair had a recurring nightmare for years about being lost in a forest where the trees had faces and whispered his name. He'd usually laugh it off as just a silly dream. But standing there, in that silent, ancient forest, with the dogs whining and the scent gone cold, I couldn't shake the image of those whispering trees. These parks, these vast expanses of nature, they're older than us by millennia. We come in with our maps and our gore, techs and our GPS devices, thinking we're masters of it. But we're just guests. And sometimes, I think, the host decides a guest has overstayed their welcome or wandered into a room they weren't meant to see. It wasn't always about people vanishing completely, either. Sometimes it was about where they were found, or how they were found. There was a case in the Great Smoky Mountains, a place steeped in its own kind of folklore and shadow, but that's a story that deserves its own telling. What I started to see was not just isolated incidents, but faint, disturbing lines connecting them, like the almost invisible threads of a spider's web, strong enough to hold you, to keep you, if you weren't careful. And the more I looked, the more threads I saw. The Great Smoky Mountains. The name itself conjures images of rolling blue ridges, ancient forests, and that ever-present haze that gives them their famous, ethereal beauty. It's a different kind of wild down there compared to the stark grandeur of the West. Older, somehow. Deeper. The trees crowd closer, the shadows are thicker, and the silence in the deep hollows isn't empty, it feels watchful. The Cherokee people, the original inhabitants, have stories about these mountains, tales of spirits and hidden places. After my time there, I started to think those stories held more truth than most folks were willing to admit. The case I mentioned, the one that added another dark thread to the tapestry of the unexplained, involved a young man named Samuel Ramsey. He was in his early 20s, a college student, quiet, a bit of an artist. He'd come to the Smokies to hike a section of the Appalachian Trail and do some sketching. This was in the fall when the colors are breathtaking, but the weather can turn on a dime, and turn it did. Samuel was last seen by other hikers near a shelter called Icewater Springs, a fairly popular spot. He was in good spirits, reportedly a little mesmerized by the views. He told them he was planning a short detour off the main AT to sketch a particular waterfall he'd read about Laurel Falls, but a less trafficked, smaller cascade deeper in, not the main tourist trail. It wasn't an extreme deviation, maybe a mile or two off the primary path, along a faintly marked secondary trail. He was equipped for a day hike, light pack, water, snacks. He didn't return to the AT. When he failed to check in at his next planned stop a couple of days later, the alarm was raised. The search started under challenging conditions. A thick, cold fog had rolled in, blanketing everything. The kind of fog that's common in the Smokies, clinging to the trees, muffling sound, reducing visibility to a few feet. It's disorienting even if you know the area. For someone on an unfamiliar side trail, it could be a nightmare. We focused our initial efforts around that secondary trail to the supposed waterfall. The terrain was steep, slick with fallen leaves and damp from the fog. Creeks and small rivulets crisscrossed the area, their sound amplified and distorted by the mist. It was slow, painstaking work. The dogs were brought in, but the persistent dampness and the sheer number of old, crisscrossing animal paths made their job incredibly difficult. They'd pick up faint, intermittent scents, then lose them, leading the teams in frustrating circles. Days turned into a week. The fog persisted, sometimes lifting partially only to clamp down again. We found a few of Samuel's things, and that's where it got strange, in a way that echoed Lily Brewer's sneaker, but with a more unsettling, almost stage quality. About half a mile from where he was last seen, on a large, moss-covered rock right beside the faint trail, we found his sketchbook. It was open, a charcoal drawing half finished a fairly accurate depiction of the very waterfall he'd mentioned. The charcoal stick itself was laid neatly beside it, as if he'd just set it down to take a break. But the sketchbook was bone dry. In that soaking fog, where every leaf dripped and the air itself felt like water, a paper sketchbook left out for any length of time should have been warped, the drawing smudged. This looked pristine, like it had been placed there moments before we found it. Then, 2 days later, about a mile uphill from the sketchbook, in a dense rhododendron thicket well off any discernible path, an area we were certain we'd already covered, one of the teams found his boots. Both of them placed side by side, laces still tied. Again, they were relatively clean and dry, considering the conditions. Samuel Ramsey was an experienced enough hiker to know you don't take your boots off and leave them in the middle of nowhere, especially not in rough, cold, wet terrain. The search continued, growing more desperate. We were now looking for a young man, barefoot, in increasingly cold conditions. The theories flew: hypothermia leading to paradoxical undressing, but why so neat? Why the dry sketchbook? A sudden mental break, no history of it. Even foul play, but no evidence, no ransom, nothing. We found Samuel Ramsey on the 10th day, or rather, a part of the team practically stumbled over him. He was in a place that made no sense at all. He was located in a shallow depression, almost a small ravine, several miles from where his boots and sketchbook were found. It was an area that had been searched thoroughly, at least twice before. The search leader for that sector swore up and down his team had been through that exact spot. Samuel was deceased, as we'd sadly come to expect. The medical examiner later determined the cause of death as hypothermia. But there were inconsistencies. He was curled up as if sleeping, but he was wearing only his T-shirt and jeans. His jacket, a good quality waterproof one, was found folded neatly and placed under his head like a pillow. Barefoot, of course. His socks were gone. The area around him was strangely undisturbed. No signs of a struggle, no indication he'd thrashed about in delirium, as often happens with severe hypothermia. It was almost peaceful if you didn't know the grim reality, and the final small detail that never made it into any official report, but which the first responders on that scene spoke about in hushed tones. Scattered around him in a rough circle were small, ripe berries, the kind that grow on low bushes in the Smokies. Not a huge amount, just a few here and there, looking almost like they'd been deliberately placed. Berries in an area we'd already searched, around a body that appeared almost composed. It was the berries that got me. Lily Brewer was found near berry patches, according to some of the very early, unconfirmed reports before things got buttoned up, though that was quickly dismissed. Alastair Finch's wife had mentioned he'd been foraging for berries on previous hikes, a little hobby of his. It was probably nothing. Coincidence. Hikers are in areas with berries. People get lost, they get desperate, they eat what they can find. Or maybe it wasn't about eating them. But the patterns, those disturbing lines I mentioned, were becoming harder to ignore. People vanishing in an instant, often from near others. Search dogs losing sense abruptly, hitting those invisible walls. Items of clothing or equipment found miles away, inexplicably clean or purposefully placed. And often, these disappearances happen in areas with dense foliage, rugged terrain, and often berries. Or near water sources, creeks, small lakes. Sometimes strange weather phenomena like sudden, localized fog or storms seem to coincide. I started keeping my own notes unofficial, tucked away, cross-referencing cases from different parks, different years. The official explanations always found a way to make them fit a known box: misadventure, animal attack, exposure. But when you laid the odd details out, side by side, the boxes started to look like they were deliberately constructed to hide something bigger, something that didn't want to be categorized, something ancient and patient dwelling in the silent, forgotten corners of our pristine wildernesses. And the scariest part was the dawning realization that whatever it was, it seemed to have an intelligence, a pattern of its own, almost like it was toying with us, or selecting. I left the service not long after a particularly troubling cluster of cases up in the Pacific Northwest, each with its own unique brand of wrongness. My knee was giving me trouble, sure, but mostly it was the weight of the unanswered questions. The echoes were getting too loud. Even now, on my porch swing, miles from any national park boundary, I sometimes feel a chill, a sense that the wild places remember me too, and that their secrets are still out there, waiting.
My name is Dr. Penelope Thorne. I feel it's important to state my credentials from the outset, not from a place of arrogance, but to establish that I am, by nature and by trade, an observer of details. I hold a doctorate in architectural history, a field that has trained me to see the stories etched into stone and timber, to understand the logic of structures, and to respect the indelible marks left by time and human hands. My husband, Quentin, is a man of a different, though equally logical, discipline. He's a senior software engineer, a person who lives in a world of code, data, and rational processes. If it cannot be quantified or explained by an algorithm, Quentin is inclined to dismiss it as an anomaly, a glitch in the data set. It was this fundamental difference in our worldviews, I believe, that made what happened to us in the Gila National Forest so uniquely terrifying for each of us. Our trip was meant to be an escape, a hard reset from the relentless pace of our lives in Chicago. We had spent the better part of a year submerged in our respective careers. Me, in a grueling project documenting pre-war civic buildings, and Quentin, in the launch of a major software platform that had demanded 80-hour work weeks. We were frayed, disconnected from each other and from the natural world. The plan was simple: a 3-week road trip through the Southwest, a pilgrimage to the vast, sun-scorched landscapes that felt like another planet compared to the steel and glass canyons of the city. The Gila Wilderness in New Mexico was to be the heart of our journey. It wasn't just a random pin on a map. I had been drawn to it for years, fascinated by the Gila cliff dwellings, a testament to the ingenuity of the Mogollon, people who had made their homes in the high, volcanic cliffs over 700 years ago. For me, it was a professional pilgrimage. For Quentin, it was the promise of true, unadulterated remoteness. No cell service, no emails, no digital tethers to the world we were so desperate to leave behind. The drive into the forest was a gradual shedding of civilization. The highways narrowed to 2-lane roads, which in turn gave way to winding dirt tracks that kicked up a plume of red dust behind our SUV. The air grew thin and crisp, scented with pine and dry earth. The scale of the place was humbling, almost oppressive. Jagged peaks clawed at a sky of impossible blue, and the valleys between them were choked with dense forests of ponderosa pine and juniper. We drove for nearly 2 hours without seeing another soul, the only sound the crunch of gravel under our tires and the low rumble of the engine. "This is it, Penn," Quentin said, his hands relaxed on the steering wheel for the first time in what felt like months. "This is properly the middle of nowhere." He was right. It felt ancient, untouched, a land that operated on a geological timescale, indifferent to the fleeting concerns of humanity. We eventually found the campsite I'd researched, a secluded spot nestled in a gentle curve of the Gila River's West Fork. It was perfect, almost unnervingly so. A small, flat clearing was shaded by towering cottonwood trees, their leaves whispering in the slight breeze. The stream, no more than 20 feet away, was so clear we could see every smooth, multicolored stone on its bed. It gurgled and chuckled, a constant, soothing presence. The first day and night were idyllic, a balm to our city-worn souls. We set up our tent, a sturdy 4-season model Quentin had insisted on. We cooked steaks over an open fire, the taste of the smoke and the char a primal delight. As dusk settled, the forest didn't just get dark. It was consumed by a profound and absolute blackness, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The stars, free from the polluting glow of city lights, were a revelation. They weren't just scattered points, they were a thick, shimmering blanket. The Milky Way a brilliant, cloudy sash across the heavens. We sat in our camp chairs, mugs of tea in hand, and just watched. The silence was broken only by the crackle of the fire and the murmur of the stream. It was the deepest peace I had felt in years. We slept soundly, cocooned in our sleeping bags, the gentle sounds of the wilderness a lullaby. The second day, we hiked to the cliff dwellings. The trail was steep and rugged, but the destination was worth every breathless step. Standing inside those rooms, carved from the very rock of the cliff face, was a profound experience. I ran my hands over the cool, soot-stained stone above a hearth, imagining the families that had huddled there for warmth, the stories they told, the lives they lived. It was a place of deep history, of survival and community in a harsh, beautiful land. Quentin, ever the pragmatist, was more interested in the structural engineering of it all. But even he was silenced by the sheer antiquity and the palpable sense of presence in that place. As we hiked back to our camp in the late afternoon, I felt a strange, lingering sense of being an intruder, a visitor in a place that held secrets far older than my own civilization. That evening, the atmosphere felt different. The peace of the previous night was still there, but it was thinner, more fragile. We built our campfire, the flames a cheerful orange beacon against the encroaching twilight. The air grew still, the leaves of the cottonwoods hanging motionless. We were talking about something mundane, a project at Quentin's work, when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on the sky above the ridge opposite our campsite. "What is that?" he whispered. I followed his gaze. At first, I saw nothing but the deepening indigo of the sky and the first pinpricks of evening stars. Then I saw it. It was a light, but not like any I had ever seen. It was a single intensely bright point of white, far brighter than any star or planet. And it was moving. It wasn't the steady, predictable path of a satellite or the blinking, purposeful crawl of an airplane. It moved with a shocking, unnatural agility. It would dart left, stop on a dime, then shoot to the right at an impossible speed. It ascended and descended in sharp, angular movements, as if it were a frantic insect trapped behind a pane of glass. It was utterly, completely silent. No hum of an engine, no thrum of rotor blades. Nothing to explain its presence in the vast, empty sky. We stood there, necks craned, our dinner forgotten. The light continued its bizarre, silent dance for what must have been 10 minutes, though time seemed to have warped and stretched. It moved with a kind of intelligence, a purpose we couldn't begin to fathom. It wasn't random, it was erratic, a pattern of chaos. I felt a cold knot of dread form in my stomach. This was wrong. My historian's mind, trained to find patterns and precedents, found nothing to latch onto. Quentin, the engineer, was cycling through explanations, his voice a low murmur. "It's not a drone. Too fast, too high. The battery life would be impossible. Not a conventional aircraft, there's no sound. Maybe some kind of experimental military tech. We're not that far from White Sands." His words trailed off, his rationalizations sounding hollow even to him. As we watched, mesmerized and deeply unsettled, the light performed one final, breathtaking maneuver. It hovered motionless for a second, a brilliant, cold diamond in the sky. Then it shot straight up, accelerating from a dead stop to an incredible velocity in an instant. It didn't fly away into the distance. It simply vanished, as if a switch had been flipped. One moment it was there, a stark violation of the natural order, and the next it was gone. The sky was empty again, save for the indifferent stars. The silence it left behind was heavier, more profound than before. It was a silence that was now filled with our unspoken fear. We tried to laugh it off, our voices sounding forced and brittle in the quiet. Quentin clung to his military drone theory. I nodded along, wanting to believe it, wanting a simple, terrestrial explanation for what we had just witnessed. But as we cleaned up our campsite and prepared for bed, the image of that silent, dancing light was burned into my mind. The wilderness no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. and we were very, very small. Sleep, which had come so easily the night before, was now a distant shore I couldn't reach. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my eyes wide open in the suffocating darkness of the tent. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The rational part of my brain, the part that Quentin so admired, tried to soothe me. "It's just the forest," it whispered. "You're on edge." It was a drone, a weather balloon, a trick of the light. But the more primal part of my mind, the part that had felt the ancient weight of the cliff dwellings, knew better. The silence that had once been a comfort now felt predatory, a held breath waiting to be released. Quentin, beside me, was a solid presence of warmth and feigned calm. I could tell from the rigid set of his shoulders and the controlled rhythm of his breathing that he was no more asleep than I was. He was running his own diagnostics, trying to fit the evening's event into a neat box of logic and reason. But the box was too small, and the event was too large, too strange. I must have drifted into a shallow, uneasy doze, because the sound, when it began, seemed to rise out of the depths of a dream. It was a low, resonant hum, so subtle at first that I thought it was the blood rushing in my own ears. It was a bass note, a frequency felt more than heard, like the distant thrum of a power plant. I lay there, listening, trying to place it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was steady, monotonous, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the volume began to increase. The hum grew from a subtle vibration in my inner ear to a tangible pressure against my eardrums. It was a clean, pure tone, devoid of any mechanical coarseness. It didn't sound like an engine. It sounded like the air itself was vibrating. I reached out a trembling hand and shook Quentin's shoulder. He was awake instantly, his body tensing. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely a thread of sound. He didn't answer for a moment, just listened. The hum grew louder still, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to be sinking into the very ground beneath us. "What in God's name is it?" He finally breathed, his voice tight with a fear he could no longer rationalize away. The sound was no longer just in our ears, it was in our bones. We could feel it through the thin mattress of our sleeping pads, a low, frequency vibration that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was an invasive, physical presence. The gentle murmur of the stream, the rustle of the leaves, all the natural sounds of the forest were swallowed by this overwhelming, synthetic drone. It was the sound of immense, controlled power. We lay there, frozen, our hearts hammering against our ribs in a frantic, panicked rhythm that was completely at odds with the steady, implacable hum from outside. My mind raced, trying to find a terrestrial explanation, a generator from another campsite. Impossible. We were miles from anyone. A low, flying aircraft. No, the sound was too stationary, too pure. It was centered on us. It felt deliberate. And then came the light. Without any warning, our tent was flooded with a brilliant, searing white light. It was not the warm, flickering glow of a flashlight or a lantern. This was a sterile, surgical brilliance, so intense that it bleached all color from the inside of our tent, rendering everything in stark shades of white and razor, sharp black. It was brighter than noonday sun, brighter than a lightning strike next to our tent. We flinched, throwing our arms over our faces to shield our eyes from the painful glare. Through the fabric of my eyelids, the world was a pulsating, blood-red canvas. The light was as silent as the one we had seen in the sky, but it was accompanied by the now deafening hum. The vibration was so intense that the tent poles buzzed with it, and small particles of dust danced in the incandescent air. We were inside a drum, and something was beating it with a relentless, terrifying rhythm. Then, a new sound began, sharp and distinct against the low drone. It was a dry, chitinous clicking. Click-clack, click-clack. It sounded like a giant insect, something with hard, jointed limbs moving deliberately on the dry ground, and stones just outside our thin nylon walls. It was a sound so alien, so fundamentally unnatural in this wilderness of fur and feather, that my mind recoiled from it. My imagination, a tool I had always cherished, became my tormentor, conjuring images of some monstrous, multi-limbed creature inspecting our temporary home. The clicking moved around the tent. We could track its progress. Click-clack near the front vestibule where our boots were. A pause. Then the sound of something brushing against the tent fabric, a dry, rasping scrape that made every muscle in my body clench. Click, clack moving along the side where Quentin lay, so close he could have reached out and touched whatever it was, were it not for the thin barrier between them. He let out a small, choked gasp, and I felt him press himself against me, seeking the primitive comfort of another human presence in the face of the incomprehensible. We were trapped. To move, to make a sound, to even breathe too loudly felt like a death sentence. We were specimens in a jar, being observed by something we could not see, something that operated by rules we could not understand. The terror was absolute, a pure, distilled essence of fear that stripped away everything else. My intellect, Quentin's logic, our shared history. We were just two frightened animals hiding in a burrow, praying a predator would pass by. The light and the humming and the clicking seemed to last for an eternity, a suspended moment of pure horror. Every second stretched into a minute, every minute into an hour. I was acutely aware of every sensation, the rough texture of my sleeping bag against my cheek, the stale taste of fear in my mouth, the frantic bird-like flutter of Quentin's heart against my back. I thought of the Mogollon people in their cliff dwellings. Did they ever see this light? Did they hear this sound? Was this the ancient secret the land held? A presence that had been here long before them, and would be here long after us. Then, as suddenly as it had all begun, it stopped. The light vanished, plunging us back into a blackness that now felt even deeper, more absolute. The intense, bone-jarring hum ceased, and the silence that rushed in to fill the void was deafening. The clicking was gone. The forest was utterly, preternaturally still. Not even the stream seemed to be making a sound. It was a dead silence, the silence of a vacuum. We didn't move. We barely breathed. We lay there in the crushing dark, our bodies rigid, listening. Listening for the hum to return, for the light to flash, for the clicking to start again. But there was nothing. Only the ringing in our ears and the frantic, painful thumping of our own blood. Minutes passed. Neither of us spoke. There were no words for what had just happened. No explanation Quentin could offer. No historical context I could provide. We had been touched by something utterly alien, and the experience had shattered our understanding of the world. We remained in our sleeping bags, pressed together in the cold, silent dark, until the first, faint, gray light of dawn began to filter through the fabric of the tent. Only then did we dare to move. Only then did we begin to contemplate the final terror, going outside. the transition from the absolute blackness of the tent to the gray. Pre-dawn light was not a relief. It felt like an exposure. For hours, the thin nylon walls of our tent had been our only sanctuary, a fragile membrane between us and the incomprehensible. To leave it felt like a surrender. We sat up slowly, our bodies stiff and aching from hours of coiled tension. We didn't speak. We communicated with our eyes, a shared glance that conveyed a universe of terror and a single, urgent question: what now? It was Quentin who finally moved. With a slow, deliberate motion that belied the tremor in his hands, he reached for the zipper on the tent door. The sound, a simple zzzip, was obscenely loud in the dead silence, a tearing of the veil. He pulled the flap aside, and we peered out into the morning. The air was cold and sharp, carrying the clean scent of pine and damp earth. The stream gurgled softly, its voice having returned at some point during our vigil. The sky was a pale, washed-out lavender, bleeding into a soft orange at the horizon. In any other circumstance, it would have been beautiful. But the beauty of the scene was grotesquely at odds with the violation we felt. Our campsite was a wreck, but it was a quiet, orderly kind of chaos that was far more disturbing than a simple mess. Our two camp chairs were not knocked over. They were placed side by side, facing the cold, gray ashes of our fire pit, as if they were empty seats at a viewing. The cooler had been opened, its contents not eaten, but removed and placed in a neat, deliberate row on the ground: 2 bottles of water, a package of cheese, a bag of apples. Our cooking pot was upside down on the picnic table, with the spatula and tongs laid carefully across its base. Our hiking boots, which had been left just outside the tent door, were now standing in the center of the clearing, side by side, pointing towards the river. It was as if our small, temporary world had been examined, its components cataloged by a curious, alien intelligence that had no concept of their intended use. We crawled out of the tent, our movements stiff and cautious, like elderly people navigating a field of ice. The ground was damp with dew, and our bare feet were instantly cold. Quentin, the engineer, the man of logic and process, walked slowly through the site, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. His mind, which had been so desperately trying to find a rational explanation, had finally crashed. There was no algorithm for this. "It makes no sense," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "A bear would have torn everything apart. A person. Why would a person do this? It's meticulous." He was right. It was the meticulousness that was so terrifying. This wasn't vandalism. It was an inspection, an inventory. And as my eyes scanned the damp earth around the clearing, I saw the tracks. They were everywhere. In the soft dirt near the riverbank, in the dust around the fire pit, in the patch of ground where our cooler had been. They were 3-toed, long and slender, pressed deep into the soil. But they were not the tracks of any bird or reptile I had ever seen or studied. There was no arch, no soft pad of flesh. They were sharp, angular, almost geometric in their precision, as if a tripod made of blades had been pressed into the ground. Each of the 3 toes ended in a perfect, sharp point. There were no claw marks, no sign of webbing or flesh. They were simply impressions, clean, deep, and utterly alien. I pointed, my hand shaking. "Quentin." He followed my gaze and knelt down beside one of the tracks. He touched its edge with his finger, as if testing its reality. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a fear that had finally eclipsed his skepticism. The world he knew, with its predictable physics and logical rules, had been irrevocably broken. But the tracks were not the worst of it. The true horror lay in the center of our campsite, in the very spot where we had sat by our fire the night before, talking and laughing under the stars. There, burned into the dark, rich earth, was a symbol. It was a perfect circle, approximately 6 feet in diameter. The ground inside it was scorched black, but not like a normal fire would. The edges were too clean, too precise, as if drawn with a compass, and then cauterized with a laser. The soil was fused into a hard, glassy crust. Within the circle was a series of intricate, interlocking geometric patterns. There were triangles within triangles, sharp, intersecting lines, and delicate web-like structures that seemed to hum with a kind of complex, unknowable mathematics. It was a design of stunning complexity and perfect symmetry. It was a message, a signature, a brand. I am a historian of structures. I understand symbols. I have studied the petroglyphs of ancient peoples, the sacred geometry of cathedrals, the sigils of forgotten religions. This was none of those. It felt older, colder, more intelligent. It was a language my human mind could not parse, but my soul could understand. It spoke of immense power, of unfathomable knowledge, and of a complete and total indifference to us. I reached down, my hand hovering over the surface of the burned circle. I could feel a distinct, palpable heat radiating from it, even in the cool morning air. It was still warm. The thought of the energy required to do this, to fuse earth into glass with such precision, made me feel dizzy and small. That was the breaking point. The silent, shared understanding passed between us. We had to leave. Now, the frantic energy that seized us was born of pure, animal panic. We didn't pack, we shoved. The tent was collapsed, its poles snapping out of their joints, the fabric bundled into a chaotic heap, and thrown into the back of the SUV. Sleeping bags, cooking gear, the neatly arranged food. Everything was hurled in after it. We moved with a desperate, clumsy haste, our hands fumbling, our breath coming in ragged gasps. We didn't speak a word. The only sounds were our frantic movements and the steady, indifferent gurgle of the stream. Finally, it was done. We scrambled into the car, locking the doors with a loud, definitive clunk. Quentin jammed the key into the ignition, and the engine roared to life, shattering the morning stillness. He threw the car into reverse, spinning the wheels in the dirt, and we lurched back onto the track. He didn't look back. I did. I took one last look at the clearing, at the strange, silent tableau of our abandoned campsite and the stark, black symbol burned into the heart of it. It felt like a scar on the land, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it was also a scar on us. The drive out was a blur of terror. The beautiful, rugged landscape that had so captivated us on the way and now seemed menacing alien. Every twisted juniper looked like a crouching figure. The shadows in the canyons seemed to hide watchful eyes. The vast, silent wilderness was no longer a place of peace and solitude. It was the domain of something else. We had been trespassers, and we had been warned. We never told anyone. Not our families, not our friends, not the authorities. What would we have said? Who would have believed the story of the architectural historian and the software engineer? They would have called it a prank, a hallucination, a shared delusion brought on by the isolation. They would have tried to fit it into their neat, logical boxes. But we knew. We knew that we're not alone in the Gila wilderness that night. We had been visited by something not of this world, something ancient and powerful. And it had left its mark on us, and on the sacred, silent land of the Jilla, a mark that we would carry with us, in the quiet, watchful corners of our minds, for the rest of our lives. My name is Luna. To understand the story I'm about to tell, you need to understand something about my sister, Sierra, and me. We aren't casual weekend campers who stick to well-marked, heavily trafficked loops. We are, for lack of a better term, students of the wilderness. Our father, a geologist, had us scrambling over rocks and identifying trees before we could properly ride a bike. Hiking wasn't just a hobby. It was a fundamental part of our shared language, a way of navigating the world and our relationship with each other. I was the planner, the cartographer, the one who obsessed over topographical maps, weather patterns, and gear weight. Sierra was the soul of our expeditions. She was the one who could identify a bird by its call from a quarter-mile away, the one who would stop mid-stride, her head cocked, and simply say, "Listen," forcing me to pause my relentless forward momentum and appreciate the profound silence of an old-growth forest. For years, we had dreamed of tackling a significant section of the Ouachita National Recreation Trail. It was a legendary path for serious hikers, known not for the sheer, brutal elevation of the Rockies, but for its own unique and grueling character. The Ouachita Mountains are an ancient, weathered range, one of the few in the United States that runs east to west. This orientation creates a relentless series of long, steep ridges and deep, shadowed valleys. The trail doesn't politely switch back up the slopes, it often assaults them head-on. A punishing climb followed by a quad, burning descent over and over again. It was exactly the kind of beautiful, brutal challenge we craved. We planned for months, poring over trail guides, packing and repacking our bags, and preparing dehydrated meals. This wasn't just a vacation. It was a pilgrimage. We were seeking that rare and precious feeling of being truly untethered from the civilized world, of relying on nothing but our own 2 feet and the contents of our packs. The first 3 days were everything we had hoped for and more. We parked our car at the Talamena Scenic Drive and descended into the embrace of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp, loamy earth. The sun, filtered through the dense canopy, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The sounds were a symphony of the wild, the constant, buzzing chorus of cicadas, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the whisper of the wind through the oak and hickory leaves. We fell into the familiar, comforting rhythm of the trail. Wake before dawn, boil water for coffee and oatmeal, break down camp and walk. We walked for hours, our conversations flowing easily, from profound discussions about our lives back in the city to the simple, contented silence of 2 people perfectly in sync. We saw almost no one. On the first day, we passed a trio of day hikers near the trailhead, and on the second, we exchanged nods with a solitary, bearded man who looked as though he had been part of the forest for decades. After that, nothing. The trail was ours alone. We felt a growing sense of ownership, of having been accepted into this wild place. The solitude was a balm. At night, we'd sit by our small crackling, our muscles aching with a satisfying fatigue, and stare up at a sky so choked with stars it looked like spilled diamonds. The Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering cloud from horizon to horizon. There was no light pollution, no distant hum of traffic, no sign that the world we had left behind even existed. It was perfect. The morning of the 4th day, however, felt different. We broke camp under a sky that was a flat, washed-out gray. The air was unusually still and heavy, the typical morning breeze absent. Even the cicadas seemed subdued, their ever-present hum reduced to a low, monotonous drone. As we began the day's main ascent, a long, grueling climb up winding stair mountain, a subtle but pervasive quiet fell over the woods. Sierra, who was usually pointing out animal tracks or interesting fungi, was walking with her brow furrowed, her gaze sweeping the trees around us not with curiosity, but with a kind of wariness. "Everything okay?" I asked, pulling up alongside her during a water break. She took a long pull from her hydration pack before answering. "It's just quiet," she said, her voice low. "Too quiet. No birds, no squirrels. It feels like the whole forest is holding its breath." I had felt it too, but had dismissed it as a product of my own fatigue. Hearing her voice it, however, gave the feeling a new and unwelcome weight. We continued our climb in a more subdued silence, the only sounds being the crunch of our boots on the rocky trail and our own labored breathing. The ridge was high and exposed, offering breathtaking views of the endless, rolling waves of green mountains, stretching out in every direction. But the beauty was tainted by that strange, expectant stillness. It felt like we were on a stage, and an unseen audience was waiting for us to play our part. That's when we saw it. We had just crested the highest point of the ridge, and were starting a gentle, winding descent. About 50 yards off the trail, standing alone in a small, unnatural clearing, was a massive, ancient oak tree. It was a true giant, its gnarled branches reaching out like twisted arms, its trunk wider than a car, and hanging from one of its thickest, sturdiest limbs was a single, child's swing. We both stopped dead in our tracks. The sight was so utterly incongruous, so profoundly out of place, that my brain struggled to process it. The swing was simple, made from a weathered wooden plank and 2 lengths of thick, frayed rope that looked as old as the tree itself. There was no house nearby, no crumbling foundation of a long forgotten cabin, no overgrown road or path leading to this spot. It was just the trail, the ancient forest, and this impossible, lonely swing. It swayed gently in a breeze we couldn't feel, a slow, rhythmic, creaking motion that seemed to be the only movement in the entire, silent world. A cold, inexplicable sadness washed over me, a feeling so potent it was almost nauseating. We stood there staring, while the swing continued its silent, ghostly dance in the heart of the empty woods. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just stood frozen on the trail. The world shrunk to the sight of that single, swaying swing. The inexplicable sadness it evoked was a physical presence, a heavy cloak that settled over my shoulders. It was Sierra who broke the silence, her voice barely a whisper. "Luna, we should go." My rational mind, the part of me that planned and mapped and calculated, was scrambling for an explanation. A prank. But who would haul a swing out here, miles from any road, for a prank no one might ever see? A memorial. Perhaps, but it felt too active. My feet, however, seemed to agree with Sierra. They felt rooted to the spot, unwilling to move closer. "Just a second," I murmured, my curiosity warring with a primal instinct that screamed at me to turn and run. I have to see." Leaving my pack with Sierra, I took a tentative step off the trail and into the small clearing. The ground here was different. The usual carpet of fallen leaves and forest debris was thin, almost bare, in a nearly perfect circle around the ancient oak. It was as if this small patch of earth was kept perpetually clear. As I drew closer, the gentle creaking of the ropes became audible, a soft, rhythmic complaint of fiber against bark. The air grew colder, the oppressive humidity of the forest dissipating in this one spot. The swing itself was even older than it looked from the trail. The wooden seat was silvered with age, cracked and warped by countless seasons of sun and rain. The ropes were thick, natural fiber, bleached by the sun and frayed in a way that suggested immense age and use. I reached out a hesitant hand, my fingers hovering just inches from the wood. It looked solid, but I had the unnerving feeling that if I touched it, my hand might pass right through. I scanned the ground beneath the swing, my brain still searching for a logical clue. Footprints. A child's, a parent's, anyone's. There was nothing. The dirt was packed hard and smooth, unnaturally so. There were no scuff marks, no impressions. Nothing to indicate that anyone had stood here, pushed this swing, or jumped from it in years. Decades even. The sight of that barren ground was somehow more disturbing than the swing itself. It was a void, a place where the normal rules of the forest didn't apply. "Luna, please." Sierra's voice, tight with anxiety, cut through my thoughts. "Let's go. Now." I looked back at her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and fixed on the swing with an expression of pure dread. She was the intuitive one, the one who felt the subtle shifts in the wild, and right now her intuition was screaming. I nodded, taking one last look at the impossible object before retreating back to the safety of the trail. As I shouldered my pack, I glanced back. The swing continued its slow, steady, silent swaying. We didn't speak for the next hour. We just walked, faster than our usual pace, putting as much distance as possible between ourselves and that high, lonely ridge. But the image was burned into my mind. The silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too long. Every gust of wind through the leaves sounded like a whisper. The feeling of being watched, which had been a vague premonition on the ridge, was now a certainty. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back. The forest was no longer a neutral wilderness. It was an entity, and it was aware of us. As late afternoon began to bleed into evening, we knew we had to make camp. The thought of spending a night out here, with the memory of the swing so fresh, was terrifying, but hiking in the dark on this terrain was suicidal. We found a small, sheltered hollow a few hundred feet below the main ridge line. On any other day, it would have been a perfect campsite, protected from the wind and relatively flat. Tonight, it felt like a trap. Setting up the tent, I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if we were huddling at the bottom of a great, dark arena while something waited in the stands above. Our usual campfire ritual was a tense, muted affair. We ate our rehydrated chili mac in near silence, the crackle and pop of the flames doing little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. The stars began to appear, but they no longer looked like spilled diamonds. They looked like cold, distant, indifferent eyes. Maybe it was for a kid from a long time ago. I said, trying to force some normalcy into the evening. Like a homesteader's family from the 1800s or something. And someone maintains it as a memorial. Sierra just stared into the fire, poking at a log with a stick. There were no foundations, Luna. No old stone walls, no collapsed chimneys. Nothing. People didn't build a single house out here. And that ground, it was wrong. She looked up at me, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight. That place wasn't sad. It was hungry. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air snaked its way down my spine. I had no answer for that. We cleaned up and crawled into our tent, shortly after, zipping the flap tight, as if that thin layer of nylon could offer any real protection. We lay in our sleeping bags, sighed. I sighed in the suffocating darkness, each pretending for the other's sake that we might actually sleep. Hours passed. The fire died down to glowing embers. The forest was utterly, profoundly silent. I must have drifted off eventually into a shallow, uneasy sleep filled with dreams of empty swaying swings. But I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a sound so out of place, so fundamentally wrong in the dead of a mountain night, that for a moment, I was sure I was still dreaming. It was the sound of a child's laughter. It wasn't malicious or cruel. It was a happy, joyful, carefree peal of laughter, the sound a child makes when they are having the time of their life. And it was coming from up the slope, from the direction of the ridge. My blood ran cold. I turned my head, and in the faint moonlight filtering through the tent fabric, I could see Sierra's silhouette. She was already sitting bolt upright, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. Without a word, we both reached for the zipper on the tent door, our movements slow, agonizingly loud in the silence. We crept out into the cool night air. The moon was nearly full, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the forest, painting the world in shades of silver and black. We looked up the steep, wooded slope towards the ridge we had abandoned hours before. And there it was. Through a gap in the trees, we could see it clearly. The swing. And there was a figure on it. It was small, unmistakably a child, silhouetted perfectly against the moonlit sky. The figure was swinging, soaring back and forth, higher and higher, a tiny, dark pendulum against the heavens. And the laughter, that happy, terrible laughter, echoed down the hollow, a sound that belonged to a sunny playground, not a haunted forest at 2 a.m. We were paralyzed, caught between the urge to run screaming into the night and an inexplicable, horrified fascination. We couldn't make out any features, no face, no clothes, just the small, dark shape of a child in motion. We watched. For how long, I don't know. It could have been seconds or an eternity, as the child swung back and forth, their joyous laughter filling the night. Then the motion changed. The swinging slowed, and the figure seemed to become aware of us. It stopped pumping its legs, letting the swing slowly rock to a halt. It stood up on the wooden plank, a tiny, solitary figure balanced on the seat. It turned its head, and we felt its gaze lock onto us from a dark expanse of the woods. It raised a small, shadowy hand, and it waved, a slow, deliberate wave, directly at us, and then it was gone. It didn't jump down, it didn't fade away, it simply ceased to be. One moment, the silhouette was there, and the next, the swing was empty, swaying gently in a breeze that wasn't there. Its ropes creaking softly in the absolute, crushing silence that descended once more. The silence that followed the child's disappearance was more profound and terrifying than any sound I have ever heard. It was a physical weight, pressing in on us from all sides, suffocating the very air in our lungs. The gentle, impossible creaking of the empty swing was the only anchor to reality, a sound that proved what we had just seen was not a shared hallucination. We stood there, 2 statues in the moonlight. For how long, I don't know. Time had lost all meaning. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, a stark contrast to the dead stillness of the forest. Finally, Sierra grabbed my arm, her grip like a vise. Her touch broke the spell. We scrambled back into the tent, fumbling with the zipper, our movements clumsy and loud. We didn't speak. What was there to say? How do you put words to the absolute certainty that you have just seen a ghost? Sleep was an impossibility. We lay in our sleeping bags, fully clothed, our eyes wide open in the darkness, listening. Every tiny sound from the forest, the rustle of a leaf, the snap of a twig, was magnified 1,000 times, sending fresh waves of adrenaline through our exhausted bodies. The happy, carefree laughter we had heard earlier replayed in my mind, but it was no longer joyful. It was a terrifying echo, a sound stripped of all innocence, a prelude to the silent, knowing wave. Sierra's words from the fireside came back to me with chilling clarity. That place wasn't sad. It was hungry. We were camped in the shadow of that hunger, and I felt a primal certainty that it was aware we were still here. The hours until dawn stretched into an eternity, a long, dark night of the soul, where every second was a battle against the urge to scream. The very first hint of gray on the eastern horizon was our signal. We didn't discuss it. We didn't need to. The plan was a silent, frantic agreement. We burst out of the tent and began to break down camp with a speed and efficiency born of pure terror. We jammed our sleeping bags into their sacks, collapsed the tent poles with trembling hands, and shoved everything into our packs with no regard for organization or care. Our usual morning routine of coffee and oatmeal was forgotten. The only priority was to move. To get away from this hollow, away from the ridge, away from the memory of that waving, spectral form. We shouldered our packs, which felt impossibly heavy, and without a single glance back up the slope, we began to hike. Our journey out was not a hike, it was a retreat. A desperate, headlong flight. Our planned week-long trek was abandoned. Our only goal the distant promise of our parked car and the civilization it represented. We moved with a grim, relentless purpose, our feet pounding the trail, our eyes scanning the woods around us with paranoid intensity. The forest, which only a day before had been a place of beauty and solace, had transformed into a labyrinth of menace. Every gnarled tree looked like a lurking figure. The shadows in the deep valleys seemed to wreath with unseen things. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like it was speaking our names. We were prey, and the entire ancient forest was the predator. We pushed ourselves mercilessly, ignoring the burning in our lungs and the ache in our muscles. We forded streams without bothering to remove our boots, the cold shock of the water a welcome distraction from the fear. We barely paused for water and choked down energy bars as we walked, never stopping for more than a minute. The miles crawled by. At one point, I stumbled on a loose rock and fell hard, scraping my hands and knee. The pain was sharp, but the fear was sharper. Sierra hauled me to my feet, her face a mask of grim determination, and we pressed on without a word. Late in the afternoon of that 5th day, after what felt like a lifetime of fearful hiking, we heard it. A low, distant rumble. A sound so alien to our world of the past few days that it took a moment to identify. It was the sound of a truck, its engine laboring up a distant hill. It was the sound of the outside world. A wave of relief so powerful, it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. We weren't alone anymore. We were close. Spurred on by this sign of life, we quickened our pace, practically running the last mile of the trail. When we finally broke through the last line of trees and saw our dusty car, parked by the side of the Talamena Scenic Drive, it was like seeing a rescue ship after being lost at sea. It was a symbol of safety, of sanity, of a world where children played on swings in parks, not on lonely, haunted ridges in the dead of night. We threw our packs into the trunk, the sound of the metal slamming shut feeling like a final, definitive barrier against the wilderness we were leaving behind. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking, and the roar of the engine coming to life was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. We drove in silence for the first hour, the windows down, the rush of wind a cleansing force. We descended from the mountains, leaving the endless green ridges behind us in the rearview mirror. With every mile we put between ourselves and the Ouachita National Forest, I could feel the tension in my shoulders begin to ease, the knot of fear in my stomach slowly unclenching. We finally pulled into a brightly lit, sterile-looking gas station in a small Arkansas town. The fluorescent lights, the cheerful ping of the door, the smell of gasoline and stale coffee. It all felt wonderfully, beautifully normal. It was only then, sitting in a plastic booth and nursing cups of burnt coffee, that we finally spoke of it. "You saw it too," I said. It wasn't a question. Sierra nodded slowly, her gaze distant. "It waved at us." "I know," I whispered. "We never told anyone, not our parents, not our friends, not a soul. How could we? We went hiking and saw a ghost child on a swing." It sounds like a line from a bad movie, the kind of story you tell around a campfire to scare teenagers. But it wasn't a story. It was real. The shared memory of it is a strange, unspoken bond between us now. We still hike, but something has changed. The wilderness no longer feels like a simple, beautiful escape. We are more cautious, more respectful of the deep, ancient places of the world. We know that there are things out there, in the vast, silent woods, that defy explanation. Things that are older than the trees and carry a hunger that time cannot erase. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I can still hear the faint, distant echo of a child's laughter, and I see a small, silhouetted hand waving at me from the darkness. My name is Nora Caldwell. Even now, decades later, saying that feels like a necessary anchor to reality, a reminder of who I was before that trip. I am an environmental scientist, a woman who has dedicated her life to the rational, the observable, and the quantifiable aspects of the natural world. I believe in ecosystems, in geological time, in the predictable, beautiful chaos of biology. I do not, as a rule, believe in ghosts or spirits. But the wilderness does not care about our rules, and some places hold memories older and deeper than any science can explain. This is the story of what I and my friends encountered in the heart of the Boundary Waters, Cano area wilderness. There were 4 of us that September, chasing the last vestiges of summer before the Minnesota autumn locked the lakes in ice. We were seasoned enough not to be reckless, but young enough to still feel invincible. Our leader, by unspoken agreement, was Liam. He was a force of nature himself, sturdy, pragmatic, with a map of the northern lakes seemingly etched into his brain. He'd spent every summer of his life paddling these waters, and his quiet confidence was the bedrock of our group. Then there was Chloe, a freelance photographer with an infectious, booming laugh and an eye for the sublime. Her mission was to capture the soul of the Boundary Waters, from the grand sweep of a sunset, over a granite cliff to the delicate lace of a spiderweb beaded with morning dew. Her 2 waterproof Pelican cases, filled with lenses and camera bodies, were the heaviest and most precious cargo we carried. Finally, there was Ben. Quiet, thoughtful Ben. a history student who saw the landscape not just as rock and water, but as a tapestry of human stories. He would paddle for hours in contented silence, only to break it with a fascinating detail about the French Canadian voyagers who once plied these same routes, or the ancient histories of the Ojibwe who knew this land as home. And then there was me, Nora, the scientist. I was there to document the water, clarity of the more remote lakes, a personal project that blended my passion with my profession. I saw the world in data points and ecological niches, in the symbiotic relationship between the towering white pines and the mycelial networks in the soil beneath our feet. I was the skeptic, the one who explained away strange noises as a foraging bear or an optical illusion as a heat shimmer on the water. We were a balanced group, a perfect four-cornered structure of practicality, art, history, and science. We thought we were prepared for anything. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, for those who have never been, is not simply a park. It is a sprawling, primordial labyrinth of over 1,000 lakes, interconnected by streams, rivers, and rugged trails called portages. It's a place where the modern world truly falls away. There is no cell service, no electricity, no roads. The only sounds are the dip of your paddle, the cry of a loon echoing across the water, and the whisper of wind through the pines. You carry everything you need to survive on your back and in your canoe. To enter the BWCA, to make an agreement with the wild, you respect its power, you follow its rules, and you leave no trace of your passing. For 4 days, we honored that agreement perfectly. Our journey was idyllic, almost unnervingly so. The weather was a gift, with cool, crisp nights giving way to warm, sun-drenched days. The water in the lakes was so clear it felt like we were paddling through liquid air, the rocky bottoms visible 20 feet below. We saw bald eagles soaring on thermals, a family of otters playing on a submerged log, and the hulking shadow of a moose moving through the trees on a distant shore. Each night, we'd sit by the fire, eating our dehydrated meals as if they were gourmet feasts, watching the Milky Way blaze to life in a sky untainted by city lights. Liam would point out constellations. Chloe would show us the day's best photos on her camera's small screen. And Ben would read passages from the journal of a 19th century fur trapper. I would record my data, feeling a deep sense of peace and purpose. We were in a state of grace, utterly content in our beautiful, ordered isolation. It was on the 5th day that the grace was shattered. We were crossing Saganaga Lake, a vast and notoriously treacherous body of water, known for its size and the sudden, violent winds that can sweep across its open expanses. But that morning, it was a mirror. The water was unnaturally calm, a sheet of polished obsidian reflecting the impossible blue of the sky and the dark green of the endless forest lining its shores. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic splash and pull of our paddles. We were in 2 canoes, Lamb with me, and Chloe with Ben, paddling about 30 yards apart. We were in the center of the lake, miles from any shore, suspended between the sky above and the sky reflected below. That's when Chloe saw it first. "What is that?" she asked, her voice cutting through the stillness. She pointed with her paddle. I followed her gaze. In the distance, maybe half a mile away, was a dark shape, a vertical disruption in the perfect horizontal lines of the water and the far shore. It was too tall and thin for an island or a rock outcropping. Probably just a snag, Lamb said, not breaking his rhythm. A dead tree stuck on the bottom. It was the most logical explanation. Saganaga was dotted with them. But as we paddled, the shape didn't behave like a snag. It didn't get wider or change its profile. It remained a stark, vertical line. A man. My scientific mind immediately rejected it. Impossible. The charts Ben and Liam had studied the night before were clear. We were in the deepest part of the lake, over 100 feet of cold, dark water beneath our hulls. No one could be standing there. "It's not a tree," Ben said, his voice low and tight. He had stopped paddling. Chloe had her camera up, her telephoto lens aimed at the figure. We continued to paddle closer, a silent, magnetic pull drawing us forward. The feeling in the air had changed. The peaceful silence now felt heavy, watchful. The initial curiosity was curdling into a cold, creeping dread in the pit of my stomach. At about 200 yards, the details began to resolve. It was impossibly a man. He was large, broad-shouldered, and stood perfectly still, the water ending cleanly at his waist. He was facing us, a statue in the center of the vast lake. "Hello," Liam called out, his voice sounding small and thin in the immense space. "Are you all right?" There was no response. The figure remained motionless. We kept paddling. Slower now, every instinct screaming that we should turn back. But the sheer wrongness of the scene held us captive. At 50 feet, the image was terrifyingly clear, a portrait of anachronism and impossibility. He was an old man with a great, wild beard that flowed down his chest, the color of sun, bleached driftwood. His hair was long and unkempt. He was dressed not in modern gear, but in what looked like traditional buckskin clothing, dark and weathered with age. In one hand, he held a long staff of gnarled wood, its top level with his head. But it was his face that stopped my heart. It was a mask of utter neutrality, his eyes fixed on us without expression, without recognition. He wasn't in distress. He wasn't curious. He was simply there. And he was watching us approach, standing in water that should have been 100 feet over his head. The world seemed to shrink until it contained only the 50 feet of impossible water between our canoes and the silent man. Time itself felt thick, syrupy. My scientific mind, my anchor in a world of cause and effect, was frantically scrambling for purchase and finding none. A submerged rock formation, a sandbar. No, the charts were unequivocal. Refraction of light, a complex mirage. The image was too stable, too detailed, too real. Every logical explanation dissolved into absurdity, leaving only the terrifying truth of what my eyes were seeing. Beside me, Liam's paddle rested across his lap, his knuckles white. The easy confidence had evaporated from his face, replaced by a stony, primal disbelief. He, who knew these lakes better than his own home, was utterly lost. In the other canoe, Chloe, ever the artist, was the first to break the paralysis. I heard the distinct, mechanical click of her camera's shutter. It was a sound of normalcy, of routine, so out of place in the profound strangeness of the moment that it was jarring. She fired off another shot, and another. The whir of her auto-focus motor was a tiny, buzzing insect in the crushing silence. Ben was pale, his eyes wide, fixed on the man's buckskin attire. "Voyager," he whispered, the word barely audible. Or something older. He was seeing a ghost from his history books, a specter walking out of the past and into our present. My gaze was locked on the man's eyes. They were not the eyes of a madman, nor were they vacant. They were ancient, filled with a depth of knowledge that felt geologic in scale. He was looking at us, but also through us, as if we were fleeting phenomena, like mayflies dancing on the surface of his eternal existence. The water lapped gently against his waist, not even seeming to soak the strange, leather-like material of his clothes. He was not cold. He was not wet. He was simply present. Liam found his voice, though it came out as a strained rasp. "Sir, we need to know if you need help. We have a radio. We can call for a ranger." He was clinging to protocol, to the familiar script of wilderness encounters. The man did not answer. He did not blink. Instead, he moved. It was a slow, deliberate motion, imbued with an immense sense of purpose. He raised his right arm, the one holding the gnarled wooden staff. The water streamed from his buckskin sleeve in smooth, unnatural rivulets, leaving the material instantly dry. He lifted the staff until it was pointing directly at the space between our two canoes. And then he smiled. It was the faintest of things, barely perceptible upturn at the corners of his lips, but it was the most terrifying expression I have ever witnessed. It was not a smile of warmth or humor. It was a smile of immense, ancient power, of a being about to demonstrate a fundamental truth of the universe to a group of ignorant children. The moment the staff was level, the world changed. A sound began, not from a specific direction, but from everywhere at once. It was a low hum that vibrated in my teeth and resonated deep in my chest cavity. The perfect glassy surface of the lake, our mirror to the sky, instantly shattered. A line of white water erupted in front of us, as if a submarine were surfacing at high speed. A wind, born from absolute stillness, slammed into us. It was not a natural gust. It felt solid, a physical blow that knocked the breath from my lungs. One moment, there was preternatural calm. The next, a localized, violent tempest raged around our two small boats. The sky, which had been a flawless, cloudless blue, was suddenly dark. I looked up in disbelief. Angry, bruised-looking clouds boiled into existence directly above us, a churning vortex that blotted out the sun. The wind howled, a high, shrieking sound like a predator's scream. Waves, black and menacing, rose up from the placid depths. They were not the rolling swells of a normal storm. They were sharp, chaotic, and violent, seeming to leap up with a malevolent intelligence. Our canoes, which had been our steady transport, were now fragile toys in a bathtub, tossed and spun with brutal force. "Paddle!" Liam roared, his voice nearly lost in the gale. "To the shore, now!" Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. The nearest shore was a mile away, a jagged line of pine and rock that seemed impossibly distant. The water, which had been a cool, inviting blue, was now a churning black abyss. It splashed over the gunwales, shockingly cold, soaking us in an instant. I fumbled for my paddle, my hands clumsy with fear. Every time I tried to dig it into the water, a wave would slam into the side of the canoe, threatening to flip us. Liam, in the stern, was a pillar of desperate strength, his paddle a rudder, a brace, a weapon against the water's fury. I risked a glance at the other canoe. It was worse off, caught broadside by a wave. It lifted high on the crest, hanging there for a heart, stopping second before crashing down into the trough. I saw Chloe desperately trying to stow her camera, as Ben paddled with frantic, powerful strokes. Their faces were masks of terror. Through the chaos, through the roaring wind and crashing water, I looked back at the man in the center of the maelstrom, and the sight froze the blood in my veins. He had not moved. The wind that tore at our clothes and threatened to rip the paddles from our hands did not stir a single hair on his head or in his great, gray beard. The waves that threw our canoes about like driftwood broke against his body and simply ceased to exist. the water around him remaining eerily calm. He stood in a perfect circle of peace, the eye of a hurricane he had created. His staff still pointed at us, that faint, terrible smile still on his lips. He was watching our struggle with the detached curiosity of a scientist observing microbes in a petri dish. We were not in a storm. We were being attacked. The thought was so alien, so contrary to every principle of my life, that it brought with it a strange, terrifying clarity. This was not meteorology. This was a conscious act of will, and we were its target. We paddled for our lives, our muscles screaming, our lungs burning. It was a primal, desperate flight, a battle against an enemy we could not comprehend. The wind tore at us, the waves battered us, and the cold water sapped our strength. More than once, I was sure we were going over, that we would be plunged into the black, frigid water to be swallowed by the lake. But somehow, Liam's skill and our sheer terror kept us upright. After an eternity of struggle that could have been 10 minutes or an hour, our canoe scraped against gravel. We had made it. We half fell, half crawled out of the boat, scrambling onto the rocky shore on trembling legs. A moment later, Ben and Chloe's canoe crashed ashore nearby. We collapsed onto the rocks, gasping for air, our bodies shaking uncontrollably from adrenaline and cold. For a moment, we just lay there, the sound of our own ragged breathing, louder than the storm that was, impossibly, already fading. I pushed myself up and looked back at the lake. The wind was gone. The howling had ceased. The angry, black waves were shrinking, softening, melting back into the placid surface. The dark, boiling clouds above were thinning, dissolving like smoke, revealing the serene, indifferent blue sky once more. Within the space of a minute, Saganaga Lake was again a perfect, silent mirror, and the man was gone. There was no ripple, no sign that he had ever been there. The lake was empty. The silence that returned was not the peaceful silence of before. It was a heavy, dead silence, a vacuum left in the wake of an event that had broken the world. We lay on the sharp, unforgiving rocks of the shoreline for a long time, a tableau of shock and exhaustion. The silence that had descended upon the lake was more terrifying than the storm itself. It was a dead, hollow silence, the kind that follows a scream. My own ragged breaths sounded unnervingly loud, a stark contrast to the absolute stillness of the water and air. The sun beat down, warm on my soaked clothes, a grotesque mockery of the idyllic morning we had lost. My body trembled, a deep, cellular tremor that had nothing to do with the cold. It was the vibration of a tuning fork that had been struck against something fundamentally wrong. It was Liam who moved first. He pushed himself into a sitting position, his movements stiff and slow, like an old man's. He stared out at the placid lake, his face a gray, haggard mask. He, our fearless leader, the man who was more at home in this wilderness than anywhere else, looked utterly broken. He had been violated in his own church. What was that? He whispered, not to any of us, but to the lake itself. No one answered. What could we say? My scientific vocabulary was useless, a collection of irrelevant words in the face of what we had witnessed. Meteorology, physics, optics, they were the tools of a different reality. Here on this shore, they were meaningless. Ben was curled on his side, his knees drawn up to his chest, his eyes shut tight as if he could unsee the event. Chloe was fumbling with her pelican case, her hands shaking so badly she could barely work the latches. The camera, she said, her voice a choked whisper. I got pictures. A jolt went through me, a surge of something that felt horribly like hope. Evidence. Data. Something tangible to hold on to in the swirling chaos of the impossible. We all turned to look at her as she finally got the case open and pulled out her camera. The expensive, weather-sealed body was damp, but seemed intact. With trembling fingers, she turned it on and pressed the playback button. We huddled around her, our shoulders touching, a small, frightened herd seeking comfort in proximity. The first image appeared on the small LCD screen. It was a shot of the lake from before, serene and beautiful. Chloe clicked to the next one, and the next. All beautiful, empty landscapes. No, wait. She muttered, her brow furrowed. I know I took them. She scrolled faster. More photos of the lake, the sky, the distant shore. All of them pristine. All of them empty. There was no man. There was no vertical shape in the water. It was as if she had been taking pictures of a perfectly normal day on a perfectly normal lake. They're not there, she said, her voice rising with a frantic edge. They're gone. I took at least 10 shots of him. I saw him in the viewfinder. I know I did. She kept scrolling, a desperate, repetitive motion, but the result was the same. The camera's memory held no record of the man in the water. It had captured the scene, but not the anomaly. It had recorded the world as it should have been, not as it was. The cold dread in my stomach solidified into a block of ice. The entity on the lake had not only commanded wind and the waves, but it had also commanded our technology, erasing its own image from the digital sensor. It had refused to be documented. It refused to become data. That was the moment the last of my scientific rationalism died. There is no physical phenomenon that can selectively delete specific, targeted files from a camera's memory card from a distance of 50 feet. That was not science. That was something else. Something that operated on rules we would never comprehend. We didn't speak of it again. We didn't need to. The empty photos were more terrifying than a clear picture would have been. A picture could be faked, analyzed, debated. This was a direct, irrefutable message. I was never here. You saw nothing. Our trip was over. The remaining 2 days of our planned route were an impossibility. The wilderness was no longer a beautiful scape. It was a prison, and we were terrified of its warden. We packed our gear with a grim, silent efficiency. Every snap of a buckle, every rustle of a pack felt like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. We had to paddle back across Saganaga, the very lake where we had been attacked. The thought was paralyzing, but there was no other way. We loaded the canoes, our movements clumsy, our eyes constantly scanning the water, the shoreline, the trees. The paddle back was the longest, most harrowing journey of my life. The lake remained perfectly calm, the sky a brilliant, indifferent blue. But the beauty was gone. Now, I saw only menace. The dark shadows between the trees were no longer just shadows. They were hiding places. The cry of a loon was not a call of the wild. It was a warning. The water beneath us was not just water. It was a thin membrane separating us from a hostile, unknowable depth. We paddled hard and fast, not speaking, our gazes fixed on the far shore. We didn't stop. We didn't rest. We just paddled, driven by a primal need to escape. We made it to the entry point by nightfall, 2 days ahead of schedule. We hauled our gear out of the canoes and practically ran to the car. The simple act of closing and locking the car doors felt like sealing a tomb, shutting the horror outside. The drive back to civilization was silent. The 4 of us, who had started the trip as a tight, knit group of friends, were now 4 separate islands of trauma, adrift in a shared, unspeakable memory. We tried to talk about it once. A week later, in a brightly lit coffee shop that smelled of roasted beans and steamed milk, we tried to put words to the experience. It was a disaster. Liam, the pragmatist, attempted to frame it as a shared hallucination brought on by fatigue or some unknown atmospheric condition. He sounded hollow, his words a desperate attempt to rebuild in logical walls the man in the lake had demolished. Ben, the historian, spoke of ancient water spirits from Ojibwe lore, the Mishapishu, the powerful underwater panther. He wasn't offering an explanation, merely a historical container for a terror that defied categorization. Chloe, the artist, said nothing at all. She had sold her camera equipment. She said the joy was gone, that when she looked through a lens now, she felt like she was being watched. And me, I, the scientist, had no framework left. I had witnessed an event that was, by all measures of my profession, impossible. It had targeted us, toyed with us, and then erased its own existence from our only physical proof. It broke my career, in a way. I still work as an environmental scientist, but the passion is tempered by a deep, abiding fear. I can no longer look at a pristine landscape without a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach. I can analyze the water. I can count the species. I can measure the ecosystem. But I know with a certainty that chills me to my soul that I am only measuring the surface. Beneath the quantifiable, observable world lies something else. Something ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to our existence. We never went back to the boundary waters. The four of us drifted apart. The shared trauma a chasm too wide to bridge with coffee shop conversations. The friendship, like our sense of safety in the world, was another casualty of that day on the lake. I don't know who or what we saw. A ghost, a nature spirit, a being from a dimension that briefly, terrifyingly intersected with our own. I will never know, but I carry the memory every day. I carry the image of his expressionless eyes, the feel of the unnatural wind, and the horror of those empty photographs. And I know that we are trespassers in this world, walking on a thin crust of reality, and that there are things in the deep, quiet places that do not take kindly to being disturbed.